ba'y nag-iisa? Nalulungkot dahil iniwan at ipinagpalit, niloko ng iyong minamahal. Kung ngayon, i-type sa inyong mga cellphone, Facebook o YouTube man ang Millennial Online TV. Dahil nasa Millennial Online TV na ang online haralista ng bagong milenyo, si Randel Villados.
Naninigas ang aking katawan kapag umikot ng plaka.
At haharanahin kayo ni Randel ng iba't ibang awitin para maibsan ang inyong inip at kalungkutan kahit nasaan man kayo.
Hanggang sa tumanda. Come on! Kung tayo'y matanda na, sana'y di tayo magbago.
At pwede rin kayong makiduet kay Randel tuwing Sabado ng hapon. Tutok na! Tawag na, mga milenyo!
Araw-araw ikaw ang gusto kong kasama. Buhay ko'y kumpleto na tuwing nandito ka sa tabi ko o aking giliw.
Hanap mo ba ay Unwind Ventures? Tara nang mamangha sa mga tanawin. Ano man ang iyong travel goals? Dadalhin namin kayo. Sa Unwind Ventures at saya. Dito lang sa Wow Biyahe. Kaya wow, di ba?
Abangan dito lang sa Millennial Online TV. Mga millennials, marunong na ba kayong magluto ng mga masasarap at swak sa budget na mga pagkain? Abay, huwag puro lang kayo aksi at ML at puro pagkakalikot lang ng cellphone. Dapat marunong ka rin sa gawain bahay at tulungan ang inyong mga mamsi. Kaya tara na, samahan natin ang kusinera ng bagong milenyo, si Ate J, at tuturuan tayong magluto ng mga masasarap na ulam natin sa ating mga hapagkainan at sok pa sa budget. Ika nga, a delicious food on a proper price. Tara na, mga millennials! Mga milenyo, pagod ka na ba galing sa trabaho? At gutom na sa maghapong pagtatrabaho, pero wala kang pagkain sa bahay? Narito na ang sagot, mga katropa, ang super manok lechon. Napapawi sa inyong gutom at siguradong mapapa-anirize ka dahil sa tender juicy na jam mo pa at siguradong malinis at bagong katay buhat sa farm. Kaya super masalasa at pangmasa pa. Ano pa hinihintay niyo, mga katropa? Takbo na sa Super Manok Panteño Siniluan at bumili na. Baka maabusan ka, katropa. Mga milenyo, Pagod ka na ba galing sa trabaho? At barangay, pangunahing unit ng pamahalang lokal kung saan dito pinag-uusapan ang bawat sigalot ng mga residente ng bawat barangay. Dito rin pinag-uusapan ng mga piling halal na opisyal na barangay ang mga proyekto para sa kanilang barangay. Kumustahin natin ang panunungkulan ni Kapitan dito sa Dalo Barangay sa Millennial Online TV Worldwide, ang katropa ng bawat barangay.
Ating tinatapos ang ating pagpupulong. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pagdalo at tapos na po ang ating session. Enjoy na po tayo.
Pinaigting, pinalakas ang bagong news online TV ng bagong milenyo. Millennial Online TV, ang katropa mo sa pagbabalita.
Mga katropa, ako po si Randel Villados, ang online naranista ng bagong milenyo ng Millennial Online TV na nag-aanyaya sa inyo na makikanta, makisaya at tumutok sa lahat ng programa ng Millennial Online TV. I-type lamang sa inyong Facebook at YouTube ang Millennial Online TV. Nood na mga katropa!
Ako inyong lingkod, Rosel Lopez, ang inyong katropa, ang inyong kabarangay dito sa Millennial Online TV. Abangan ang ating mga kaganapan dito sa ating bansa at abangan din ang panunungkol ni Kapitan sa ating Dalaw Barangay. Paano nyo kami mapapanood? I-type lamang sa inyong mga cellphone, sa inyong Facebook at YouTube, ang Millennial Online TV. Ano pa hinihintay nyo mga katropa? Like, subscribe, at share na. Okay mga katropa?
Mga katropa, ako po si Gazi Sarip, ang inyong tagapaghatid ng balita sa bagong milenyo na nag-aanyaya sa inyo na tunghayan ang aking mga pag-uulat at tumutok sa lahat ng programa dito sa Millennial Online TV. I-type lamang sa inyong Facebook at YouTube ang Millennial Online TV. Nood na mga katropa!
Pinaigting, pinalakas ang bagong news online TV ng bagong milenyo. Millennial Online TV, ang katropa mo sa pagbabalita.
Now,
Talakayin, rebisahin, opinyon, palawakin, aksyonan. Kasama si Rosel Lopez, ang inyong katropa, dito lang sa Millennial Online TV, ang katropa mo sa pagbabalita. Yun, maganda hapon, Pilipinas! Abay mga kaibigan, alas 2:32 na po ng hapon, Philippine Standard Time. At ngayon po ay araw ng Miyerkules, siyempre po Wednesday edition ng programang Tropa. Aba, siyempre talakayin, rebisahin, opinyon palawakin, aksyonan. At syempre, ako pa rin na inyo magiging kasama kakwentuang kabarangay, ka-jamming, ka-TFC, ka-Dabarcats, Rosel Lopez. At syempre, kasama ko pa rin sa technical side ang ating sidekick, no other than Mr. Joshua Baltao. Ay medyo maaga kami ngayon, no? Dahil Meron tayong bisita mamaya po, maya-maya lang. No, yung ating bisita ay walang iba po kundi isa pa ring licensed massage therapist. Walang iba kundi siyempre si Sir.HADJI, CRESPO. Abay, mamaya meron tayong bisita at meron din siyang kasama. Mamaya malalaman nyo kung sino yung kasama ni Sir.HADJI. At bago tayo magsimula mga kaibigan, abay batiin muna natin yung ating mga tropa peeps, no, na lagi nakatutok po sa Millennial Online TV. Abay, una ko nakita sa ating monitor ang ating kuya, ang ating katropa na si Kuyang Ricky Del Rosario po ng Malabon, PNP. At ganyan din siyempre kasama rin ni Sir.HADJI Crespo, nandyan lang sa atin sa baba ng studio, si Sir Romel Martinez, isa rin pong LMT. At siyempre kasama rin niya po si Miss Jackie Adhar, isa rin pong siyempre LMT. Siguro nagtataka kayo kung bakit isa lang ang guest ko, pero nandyan ang buong puwersa. Abay, ganyan po ang samahan ng mga LMT, no? Ganyan na ika nga show of force. Kailangan naman siyempre may show of force. Siyempre halimbawa yung isa hindi na nakaya, yung isa naman ang papalit. Ganon lang yon, di ba? Siyempre kung napagod na yung isa, ay maraming ginagamot. O siyempre napagod na kailangan magpahinga. So yung isa naman. Okay mga kaibigan, alas 2:34 na po ng hapon, Philippine Standard Time, at mamaya-maya po ay itutunghay din natin sa inyo yung pangyayari, no, yung anniversary po ng HWPL, no, yung kanina pong ginawang anniversary. At susunod po doon ay yung pong tawag dito, yung ginawang forum diyan sa may Kamuning Bakery, yung Pandesal Forum po. No, about pa rin siyempre sa politics, no? Siyempre, yun naman yung pag-uusapan doon. Pero ngayon, yun muna ang ating bisita, ang ating iupo rito at may bisita, no? So sa aming pagbabalik, Joshua, magpakilala ka muna.
Hanap mo ba ay Unwind Ventures? Tara nang mamangha sa mga tanawin. Ano man ang iyong travel goals? Dadalhin namin kayo. Sa Unwind Ventures at saya. Dito lang sa Wow Biyahe. Kaya wow, di ba?
Abangan dito lang sa Millennial Online TV. Barangay, pangunahing unit ng pamahalang lokal kung saan dito pinag-uusapan ang bawat sinalot ng mga residente ng bawat barangay. Dito rin pinag-uusapan ng mga piling halal na opisyal na barangay ang mga proyekto para sa kanilang barangay. Kumustahin natin ang panunungkulan ni Kapitan dito sa Dalo Barangay sa Millennial Online TV worldwide, ang katropa ng bawat barangay.
Ating tinatapos ang ating pagpupulong. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pagdalo at tapos na po ang ating session. Enjoy na po tayo.
Now, we are
Talakayin, revisahin, opinyon, palawakin, aksyonan. Kasama si Rosel Lopez, ang inyong katropa. Dito lang sa Millennial Online TV, ang katropa mo sa pagbabalita. Okay, so mga kaibigan, nagbabalik na tayo sa oras na alas 2:38 po ng hapon, Philippine Standard Time. Nandito na yung ating bisita. Isa rin po itong LMT at meron siyang kasama. Medyo, pero bago yung kasama niya, pakilala muna natin si Sir.HADJI CRESPO. Sir, use your mic. Ayan. Please turn on. Yan. Okay. Okay.
Ako po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Haji Crespo. Ako isang LMT. Kasama nila Jack, sina Sir Romel, si Ma'am Digna, Sir Jojo, at saka si Sir Jevren. Unang-unang, maraming salamat sa pag-alok mo ng interview dito sa akin, Sir Rosel. Kinagagalak ko. Lalim ko. Kinagagalak ko yung imbitasyon dahil nakikita ko yung mga show ninyo na tinatalakay nyo yung topic ng mga LMTs, anong ginagawa nila habang naka-quarantine. So, magdadagdag lang ako ng mga konting abiso kung ano man yun. At saka, may konting learning din.
Ayun.
Okay.
Pero bago yung Sir Haji, pakilala mo muna yung kasama mo. May kasama ka rito ngayon. Pakilala mo muna.
First of all, gusto ko ipakilala sa inyo si Bonnie James.
Yun.
Ito po si Bonnie James. Ito
Yeah.
yung kwan ko, yung kasama ko. Talagang nangayayat siya sa pandemic.
Ayun.
Alam mo naman siya. Buto, talagang buto. Wala nang balat.
Wala nang balat.
Pero sa inyong kaalaman, ito si Bonnie James ay malaking tulong sa akin po. At saka sa mga kasamahan ko sa industriya. Pero bakit? Dahil dito kami natututo.
Ayun.
Okay, kung ano nangyayari sa katawan ng isang individual.
Ayun.
Maski na babae o lalaki, bata o matanda. Ganito ang itsura natin sa loob. Ngayon, meron ako lang idadagdag sa inyo kung bakit kaimportante ito. Sa sinasabi ng mga doktor, okay, na the first 7 minutes, yung unang 7 minuto ng pagkabuo ng isang bata sa sinapupunan ng isang babae, ang first 7 minutes ay ang development of the brain and the spine. Okay? Development of the brain and the spine. Bakit? Because ito yung nagmamando sa mga organs. Sinesend niya yung mga signals para mabuo ang katawan. Pero sa totoo lang, gaya sabi namin, kung Katoliko kayo, God is good. Okay? Yun lang ang masasabi ko.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so mga kaibigan, mamaya iisa-isahin po ni Sir Haji. Ito pong si Bonnie James, no? Ituturo niya siya. Kasi yan po yung ating kumakita yung katawan natin, yung likod, yung spinal column na yan. Yan po may bilang pala kung ilan yan at kung halimbawa may masakit sa inyo, dapat bang antimano, hilutin ka agad o malalaman natin mamaya, no? At siyempre, hindi lang yon at aalamin natin kung halimbawa, katulad kasi spinal column, kung isa lang halimbawa ang nagka-problema dyan, lahat ba apektado o yung mga tinatawag nating mga na stroke, tawag doon na paralyze, yan, yung mga na paralyze, yun din galing sa likod, naman nahulog sa puno na mangga, ano ang dapat gawin. So mamaya alamin natin yan kay Sir Haji, no, sa ating pagbabalik muna kami. Pinaigting, pinalakas ang bagong news online TV ng bagong milenyo. Millennial Online TV, ang katropa mo sa pagbabalita.
Mga katropa, ako po si Randel Villados, ang online na ranista ng bagong milenyo ng Millennial Online TV na nag-aanyaya sa inyo na makikanta, makisaya at tumutok sa lahat ng programa ng Millennial Online TV. I-type lamang sa inyong Facebook at YouTube ang Millennial Online TV. Nood na mga katropa!
Ako inyong lingkod, Rosel Lopez, ang inyong katropa, ang inyong kabarangay dito sa Millennial Online TV. Abangan ang ating mga kaganapan dito sa ating bansa at abangan din ang panunungkol ni Kapitan sa ating Dalaw Barangay. Paano nyo kami mapapanood? I-type lamang sa inyong mga cellphone, sa inyong Facebook at YouTube, ang Millennial Online TV. Ano pa hinihintay nyo mga katropa? Like, subscribe, at share na. Okay mga katropa?
Mga katropa, ako po si Gazi Sarip, ang inyong tagapaghatid ng balita sa bagong milenyo, na nag-aanyaya sa inyo na tunghayan ng aking mga pag-uulat at tumutok sa lahat ng programa dito sa Millennial Online TV. I-type lamang sa inyong Facebook at YouTube ang Millennial Online TV. Nood na mga katropa!
Inaigting, pinalakas ang bagong news online TV ng bagong milenyo. Millennial Online TV, ang katropa mo sa pagbabalita. Okay, so mga kaibigan, nagbabalik po kami sa oras na alas 2:44 po ng hapon, Philippine Standard Time. At yun nga mga kaibigan, pero bago tayo magpatuloy, no, bago natin kausapin si Sir.HADJI, ay yung ating mga tropa pips na nanonood, no, ang aking kumaring maganda, si Roma Durango, na asawa ni paring Durango ko, no, kapatid ni Benji. At ganyan din si Randy Reyes, yung ating katropang chief ng Police Community Relation ng Hagunoy PNP. Abay, makinig ka rito, Sir Randy. Ikaw, medyo may edad ka na rin, tsaka malulutong naboto mo, makinig ka rito. At ganyan din si Boss Rogelio Dagdag Esteban, buhat po sa Kuyapo, diyan po sa Barangay Bibiklat, San Hueva, Ecija. At siyempre sina Boss Makmak, anak ni Kagawad Sanidad at Pineda ng Tugatog Malabon, at si Bambo Garcia po ng Grupong Puwersa dyan din po sa Tugatog sa Bronce sa Malabon. Okay mga kaibigan, nagbabalik tayo at kausap nga natin to si Sir.HADJI, kapiling natin ngayon. Sir.HADJI, siyempre isa kang LMT, no? Katulad yan, yung ibang LMT, nagmamassage, merong therapeutic, merong relaxation, di ba?
Yes,
So,
sir.
oo. So, ngayon, ikaw, may dala kang si Bonnie James, dala mo eh. Ano naman yang iyong specialty about dyan sa mga, ano na yan, sa mga buto na yan?
Actually, ang kaya nga meron ako nito para at least mamuestra ko sa kliyente ko kung ano nangyayari sa katawan niya. Kung nakikita niyo si Bonnie James, meron siyang 24 vertebrae at saka 23 cartilages inside. Isipin lang ninyo na yung katawan ng isang individual ay isang building. May 24 floors siya.
Oo.
Okay?
So, lahat ba, Sir.HADJI, ng katawan ng tao, iisa ang bilang ng mga,
Yes,
hindi
sir.
po pwedeng, for example, lalaki. Ako, halimbawa 24 yan, sa lalaki is 27, hindi ba ganon?
Hindi po.
Kompleto, parehas.
Kompleto parehas.
Ano ang pagkakaiba kapag ang spinal ng tao ay babae o lalaki? Paano mo malalaman?
Okay. Malalaman yan dito sa pelvic symphysis. Tama. Yan sa pelvic. Kung letter V, lalaki yan. Ito yung shape nun ito. Kung titignan mo sa posterior side or sa likod, kung letter V yan, lalaki yan.
Ayun.
Pero kung goblet, parang ganon, pang babae yan. Bakit? Dahil diyan nagre-rest yung anak, yung bata, kung habang nagde-develop.
So yan, dala mo. Anong ano yan? Babae ba yan sa lalaki?
Lalaki po ito.
Lalaki yan.
Male siya pero walang male.
Ayun, male.
Male
oo.
lang. Basta take my word for it. Kasi yung letter V siya
Okay.
Yung pelvic bone.
Oo.
Okay? So, ngayon, at least meron tayong nakikita na at least yung napipicturean nyo anong itsura na nasa loob ng hindi lang tayo balat at saka buhok or anything like that. Ang humahawak sa atin na nagiging tayong diretso ay ang spine. Okay? Pero marami pa rin yan. Meron siyang ligaments, connective tissues, muscles, kaya tayo na-erect. Now, kung titignan nyo itong muestra na ito, yung gaya sabi ni Sir Romel sa akin, kyphosis, yung parang kuba, tapos ito, nakaganon, pinakailaman ito ni Romel eh. Pero usually, makikita mo yan, parang letter S yan sa tagilid. The reason letter S yan, to keep us erect, yung talagang makatayo tayo ng diretso. Pero kung sa likod nyo titignan, walang kwan yan, walang kurba-kurba. Sa gilid lang nakikita yan. Ang measurements yan usually 30 degrees, 30 degrees, or 30 degrees. Okay? Para just to keep us erect. Because meron tayong muscle strength dito sa harapan. Kaya nga, kung nagmamassage tayo, we always ask our clients na tumihaya or dumapa. Either you work from the back o yung posterior o kung harapan, anterior. Okay? So, it all depends, no? Kasi habang ginagawa nyo yun, nafe-feel nyo yung mga muscles, ligaments, and tendons along sa spine.
Ayun.
Sa gilid ng mga spine. Now, bakit? Anong kiber nun? Kasi usually, yung mga kliyente mo, pupunta yan sa iyo kung meron siyang iniinda na sakit sa katawan. Tama ba ako? Mali. Okay? Usually, gaya sabi ni Sir Rosel, Sir Haji, masakit yung likod ko. Hindi ako doon lang sasabihin ko, tatanungin ko pa siya, saan masakit? Malawak ang likod. Madami dyan nadadali. Saan parte ng likod? Sa cervical region, yan ang dito sa may neck, which have 7 bones. Thoracic region, which has 12.
So ibig sabihin, Sir Haji, pag sa cervical part, meron doon 7 bones na buto.
Yes.
Sakop niya yon.
Yes.
So pagka sa upper right yun, sa upper.
Sa
Pagka,
upper.
pagka pababa,
Thoracic, which has 12 bones, 12 vertebrae. And then the lumbar, which has 5. Tapos yung sacrum, ito yung sacrum. Ito yung sacrum. Okay? It can be 3 or 4 or 5 kasi sometimes nagfuse yan eh. Okay?
so,
Nagfuse yan.
ibig mo sabihin, bukod yung sa lumbar part, bukod dyan sa upper, sa baba na yan, bukod yung gitna.
Yes.
So magkakabukod siya.
Yes, actually, kasi ang mga dalibhasa, categorize nila yan para at least meron rason kung bakit may cervical, thoracic, lumbar, sacrum, at saka yung coccyx. Yung coccyx ay yung buntot. Kala natin, ay meron tayo dating buntot pero wala na. No, may rason yan. Okay?
So yan ba yung tinatawag na parang panganturan, kung sabihin nila, yung sa likod na ganon? Yan ba yun? O
hindi ko maintindihan ang parang tunan.
panganturan?
Yes.
Sabi nila yung parang ano yan, pinakadulo nga ng spinal.
Ang alam ko is coccyx.
Okay,
so,
okay.
kung sa inyo, ayun ba yun?
In Tagalog.
Okay, sorry. Alam mo naman tayo, hilaw tayo eh.
Ayun. So, ibig sabihin, Sir Haji, for example, yan dulong yan, to.
Yes.
Isabihin, nagkaroon ng problema dyan at halimbawa, napaupo, natumba na itong bumagok.
Yes.
Kung sakalin magkaganon, meron bang po pwedeng maging cause sa tao kapag nagka-depression at nabagok?
Ay, minsan hindi nakakahinga ng kwan, na hinahabol ang hininga. Ang labo, no? Ang layo ng ito nabugog, ito bumagsak,
ganun nga.
tapos hindi minsan nakakahinga. Alam mo, sa totoo lang, lahat ito ay interrelated or lahat meron silang role sa katawan ng individual. Okay? So, ito, gaya yung sa taas, yung cervical, kung meron kang frozen shoulder, ang naaapektuhan yung mga shoulder at saka yung neck part. Saan mo i-manipulate? Ang manipulate mo o saan mo itatanggal yung saan ka mag-focus sa cervical region. Minsan nahihirapan huminga. Meron din bahagya yan sa cervical region. I-explain ko yan mamaya dahil meron akong chart dito na ipapakita sa inyo na kung ano yung mga role ng mga nerves na ito. Okay? Tapos, yung lumbar area and the lumbar area at saka yung sacrum area, ito handles the lower extremities. Importante itong lower extremities kasi dito yung reproductive system. Okay? Now, let me focus you guys on this chart that I have here. Kung nakikita nyo po itong chart na ito, okay, this one is, pwede mong
Hindi na, nakapix na yung ano niya.
okay. So anyways,
You can elaborate na
Okay.
number by number.
okay. Gaya sabi ko sa inyo, yung first is the cervical region. The cervical vertebrae handles, okay, ang kwan niya? Arteries, eyes, throat, all the way to the number 5, or up to the 7, up to the trachea and the heart and lungs.
So, cervical part, ito yung 1
Ito,
to 7.
1 to 7.
Hanggang dito.
Ang 7 ay yung, even yung up to the throat, ha? Yung 7 is kahilera ng C7 is here, right?
Katapat ng esophagus, ganun?
Yes. Kasi it includes yung lungs din. Thyroid, meron trachea, esophagus, eyes, lungs, and heart. So in other words, minsan, kung meron kang ipit dito, ang release niyan hindi lang dito sa shoulders. You can release it mula sa cervical region, pero ingat-ingat dito dahil masyadong malapit yan sa mga kwan natin, no? Delicate parts. I mean, as what they will call yung endangered spots.
Okay. So, Sir.HADJI, bago na tayo magpatuloy, bago natin i-elaborate siyang sige, pwede siguro. Ayan, tingnan natin. Yan. Kasya ba? Ito na lang, ito na lang. Pasensya na kayo, medyo... Yan, Idikit mo lang ng konti.
I think
Yan.
are we going? Okay, good.
Yan.
So,
Dito na lang. Yan mo lang dito. Yan.
okay. So, sorry pero alam, kinakabahan ako dahil sabi ni
Sige.
Sir Rosel, Tagalog all the way. Hirap.
Sige.
Ay, hilawi ako. Anyways, yung pinag-explican ko yung sa cervical region, no? Ngayon yung sa thoracic part, yung 1 to 12, yung thoracic side, it will cover also eyes. So they're all, lahat yan, parang relative sila. Pero meron specifics. Sa chart na ito, you can look at it sa mga all the anatomy and physiology books. Meron dyan yung relations ng mga spine nerves. Okay? Just to explain to you guys, meron tatlong klaseng nervous system. Yung central nervous system ay yung tumatakbo dito sa gitna ng vertebrae. Kasi halo ito Itong buto na ito, may butas yan sa gitna.
Tanong ko lang, Sir.HADJI,
Yes.
yung spinal na yan, sa inside, sa middle, meron bang nakalagay doon? Meron bang fluid, muscle o ano?
Meron fluid at saka may nerves na tumatakbo dyan.
Sa loob.
Sa loob.
So, inside that bone.
Yes.
Aho.
Kaya nga kung nabagok ka ng malakas at naputol ito, pwede ka may quadriplegic or pwede kang mamatay.
For example, ayan, ito yung si Bonnie James natin. Ano?
Yes.
For example, nabundol ka, nahulog ka, meron dito sa bandang to na halimbawa naputol, natanggal. May pag-asa pa ba yun? At paano ba? Makakalakad ka ba? Makakatayo ka pa?
Basta wag lang maputol yung nerves.
Okay.
Pag naputol ang nerves,
Wala na.
Kasi masyado siyang maliit.
So, hindi nga, I
Itatabi mo
mean,
eh.
pag naputol yung sinasabi mong nerves, sa mangyayari sa tao is lantang gulay o mamamatay?
Pwede. Depende kung saan nanggagaling yung putol na yun.
Oo nga.
Okay? Meron siyang relation dito sa mga nerves.
I see, oo.
Yung signals mula sa brain to that particular order. That's why nga, meron tatlong types. Sa central nervous system, meron siyang dalawang branches, yung sympathetic and parasympathetic. Yung sympathetic nerves is actually nagka-handle ng heart, yung lungs, everything that, even the digestion. Kasi yung parasympathetic nire-relax. Okay? Nire-relax niya. Now, after that, we have the peripheral nerves, which actually lumalabas yan to the mga to the legs and to the lower portions.
So, pero for example, Sir Haji, naputol ito, halimbawa, lumihis ito, ngayon, pwedeng ibalik siya, pero kung halimbawa naibalik naman siya, ay may putol ang nerve sa loob, paano mangyayari?
Pwede ka maging manhid, tama? Pwede yung part, whatever organ na apektuhan nyo, pwede magmanhid.
Okay.
Or, kung nasa digestion yan, ay problem yun.
Yung sa tao naman, Sir Haji, may nakikita kasi ako, para siyang impotent, hindi na makatayo, dahil niya yung kanyang spinal cord. Ano ang nangyari doon? Anong naging depression ng mga ganun tao?
Okay. Titignan natin sa lumbar area because sa lumbar area, ang nerves na nagpupunta doon are usually on the reproductive system. Pero, ititignan nyo rin yung sa utak. Anong naapektuhan? So, yung nerves na nagsusupply ng blood and sensations and all those things sa lower part ng human body is usually also ang tawag doon, minamando rin ng brains. Kasi meron signals yan, may electrical signals. Now, bakit nagkaganon? Either sa gamot na iniinom or overuse, misuse, or abused. Yung kwan na yun. Pero, in reality, meron pa rin tayong yung third type of nerves. And it's called the etheric nerves, that which is found sa gut, sa tiyan, sa core natin dito. Okay? Kasi that's why meron gut feeling. Yan ang sinasabi nila, meron silang gut feeling. Kasi kadami ng neurotransmitters ba yun? I'm not so many nerves in the gut is also equivalent to the head. That's why it's the stomach or the gut area, the abdominal area, sinasabi nila meron siyang gut feel. Yung mga ganun, yung meron akong hindi ko masabi sa Tagalog yung parang
Okay. Sige. Tapos, ito pa isa, Sir Haji. For example, ako biglang dumating sa point ang tao, sakit ng likod ko, etc., yung banda dito sa spinal. Dapat ba yon antimano, ipahilot ka agad? At yung ba, dapat doon mismo ka agad hiluti sa parting masakit? O baka masama? Ano ba?
Okay. Sa practice ko po, bago ko munang, ibababa ko muna si Bonnie James. Sa practice ko po,
Lapit ka.
bago ko igagalaw yung tao, meron akong patient's card. Ina-assess ko muna yung tao. Kaya meron kaming huntahan, nag-uusap kami. Usually yung consultation with the therapist and the client is matagal. Umaabot siya ng 30 minutes because bakit? Hinahanap ko ang rason or yung cause ng pagkasakit ng likod niya. Minsan, simple. Kasi sa dami kong nakikitang kaso na pumupunta sa akin na ganon, alam ko na yon. Gaya ng frozen shoulder. Okay? I will i-say yung frozen shoulder.
Sir Haji, ang frozen shoulder, connected din
Sa neck.
sa neck. So, kasama doon sa ano yun?
Yes, sa spine.
Sa upper part.
Yes, sa
Okay.
cervical region.
Yun, cervical. Okay.
Yes. Baka magkalami. Yung cervical region, kasi meron cervix, okay? Sa babae. Ito is cervical region. So, nandito. From here, all the way sa C7. Yan ang cervical region, okay? Kasi baka sasabihin, bakit napunta sa babae? Hindi. Cervical region, we're pertaining to, dito yan sa neck, sa upper. Okay? Iba yung cervix. Okay? That's in the reproductive system. Klaro ko lang yun, ha? So anyway, yung balik natin doon sa frozen shoulder. Yung frozen shoulder, usually, ang karamihan dyan, ang problema dyan, hindi niya mataas ng husto or hindi niya malagay, hindi siya makahagod ng sabon sa likod niya ng maayos.
Correct.
Or hindi niya pwedeng ganun.
Correct.
Or, sa mga babae, hindi nila malagay yung brasier snap sa likod at hindi sila maka-brush ng hair.
So, that's the frozen shoulder.
Majority.
Yeah, actually, alam mo, Sir.HADJI, nangyari sa akin yan. Hindi ako makapagsuot ng damit, hindi ko maingat ang kanan ko kasi masakit.
Yes.
So, ang ginagawa ko, so dahan-dahan,
Yes.
so masakit talaga siya. So, ibig sabihin, connected siya.
Yes, sa neck.
Ayun, okay.
Ngayon, titingnan mo. Anong kiber ng neck? Ito naman ang kino-complain niya.
Yun.
Baka sa paghiga niya, nadadagalan niya. At saka yung neck niya, nakaganon. Obviously, ang mangyayari dyan, pwedeng bumingkong itong buto na ito, pwedeng mahilis,
You see.
pwedeng lumihis. At naiipit itong maliliit na nerves dito, kaya yung signal papunta doon sa shoulders or whatever na naaapektuhan.
Ayun. So, Sir.HADJI, itong sinasabi mong maliliit na tissues na ito, it represent for nerves.
Yes.
I see. So, nakadikit yan sa mga buto.
Hindi po. Lalabas siya sa fossa. Yung fossa is yung butas dito sa gilid. Meron niyang mga butas-butas. Doon siya lumalabas.
So, yun yung nerves.
Yes.
Saan nakakonected yun, yung mga nerves na yun?
Sa spinal cord. Sa spinal cord, yung tumatakbo sa gitna ng buto. Yung tumatakbo from the brains to the spinal
Dire-diretso.
cord. That's one big, ang tawag nun.
Hanggang abdomen na yun.
All the way up to the down, all the way to the lumbar
Yeah,
area.
up to the lumbar, from head.
Yes.
I see.
So lahat yan, kaya nga, yung conductor natin, yung brain,
So, connected pala siya talaga.
kaya nga, ang treatment namin sa therapy is usually holistic. Ang ibig sabihin, buo, hindi lang medyo yung part. We have to treat the human body as a whole. Ngayon, example, no? So what we usually do, we will loosen yung mga muscles natin sa neck before you manipulate anything. Usually nagmamanipulate ng mga bones are called chiropractors. I am not a chiropractor, okay? I am how do you call that? My specialty is trigger point. Yung hinahanap ko na trigger point is actually a pain area. I look for the pain and I release the pain. Okay? So, according to Bruden, erasing the pain, that's what I'm doing. I am erasing the pain kasi when, baka matanong nyo, how did I develop this? Nag-aral po ako ng shiatsu dito sa Manila, 2007. Okay. Tapos, 2008, napunta akong Canada, nag-aral ako doon sa kinesiology sa University of Canada under Mr. Newman. And yung mga teacher ko, ang mga teacher ko doon ay mga doctors, Reiki practitioners, therapists, in-encompass, and that was a 3 month school. While dito, if I'm not mistaken, yung napanood ko yung interview mo kay Miss D, it was something like 600 hours, tama ba? 600 hours. Pero sa amin, it was 3 months, Saturdays and Sundays from 8 to 5. Saturdays and Sundays lang, pero
8 to
from
5.
8 to 5. Tuloy-tuloy yun. In the morning, we have anatomy and physiology. In the afternoon, we would have the practical. Tapos, bago kaming ipalabas, mayroon pa kaming exam. Ang
So,
exam,
may theory, may actual, may written.
yes.
So, for example, pumasa ka sa actual, pumasa ka sa theory, bumagsak ka sa written, paano yon?
Ulit.
Ay, sorry. Okay, mga kaibigan, Sir Haji, magbabalik kami ni Sir Haji, dahil meron pa ako itatanong dahil nabanggit niya, nag-aral siya, meron doktor, at syempre, siya LMT. Mamaya aalamin natin what the difference between the LMT and the doctor pag ang pinag-usapan is yung spinal column. Mamaya, sa aming pagbabalik. Binaigting, binalakas, ang bagong news online TV ng bagong milenyo. Millennial Online TV. Ang katropa mo sa pagbabalita. Mga millennials, marunong na ba kayong magluto ng mga masasarap at swak sa budget na mga pagkain? Abay, huwag puro lang kayo aksi at ML at puro pagkakalikot lang ng cellphone. Dapat marunong ka rin sa gawain bahay at tulungan ang inyong mga mamsi. Kaya tara na, samahan natin ang kusinera ng bagong milenyo, si Ate J, at tuturuan tayong magluto ng mga masasarap na ulam natin sa ating mga hapagkainan at swak pa sa budget. Ika nga, a delicious food on a proper price. Tara na, mga millennials! Mga milenyo, pagod ka na ba galing sa trabaho? At gutom na sa maghabong pagtatrabaho, pero wala kang pagkain sa bahay? Narito na ang sagot, mga katropa, ang Super Manok Lechon. Napapawi sa inyong gutom at siguradong mapapa-anirize ka dahil sa tender juicy na jam mo pa at siguradong malinis at bagong katay buhat sa farm. Kaya super masalasa at pangmasa pa. Ano pa hinihintay niyo, mga katropa? Takbo na sa Super Manok Panteño Siniluan at bumili na. Baka maabusan ka, katropa.
Now,
Talakayin. Revisahin. Opinyon. Halimbakin. Aksyonan. Kasama si Rosel Lopez, ang inyong katropa. Dito lang sa Millennial Online TV. Ang katropa mo sa pagbabalita. Okay, so mga kaibigan, muli nagbabalik kami sa programang Tropa pa rin. Dito pa rin sa Millennial Online TV. At syempre, naku, alas 3:12 na, bilis ng oras. No? Kanina, nagkukwento lang kami sa baba. Kumain kami, yan, alas 3 na. Ngayon, mga kaibigan, ay, naku, at kakapiling pa rin natin si Sir.HADJI CRESPO. No? Isang LMT pa rin, pero not exactly sinasabi kong his expert pagdating sa bone. No? Kundi, kumbaga sa Dr. Who kasi, may kanya-kanyang porte yan, di ba? Meron sa muscle, meron sa bone, pinag-aaralan niya. Ngayon, tatanungin ko, Sir Haji, between the doctor and the LMT, for example, ang pinag-usapan is spinal. Nagpunta ako sa doktor, Dok, ang sakit ng likod ko, nahulog ako sa puno ng kamatis, In-x-ray niya ngayon, nako, may crack. Iyan ba kayang gamutin ng doktor o kinakailangan LMT? Ano ba ang dapat gawin? O operahan ba yan? Paano?
Siyempre, kung yung nagpa-x-ray siya sa doktor, ang doktor lang pwede magbasa ng x-ray, or kung marunong ka rin, nag-train ka as being a radiologist, pwede mo rin ikuha yung point of view ng doktor kung anong nakikita niya, tapos anong nakikita mo, at saka pwede kayo mag-compare notes. Pero in reality, ang LMT hindi pwede magreseta. Ang doktor lang pwede magreseta.
Ayun, o nga. Pero ibig ko sabihin, kung halimbawang may bali, di ba, minsan, yan bang spinal natin, kung halimbawa nabalian ako, pwede ba yan doon sa orthopedic na lalagyan ng bakal, stainless?
Pwede rin. Pero nasa rekomendasyon ng doktor kung anong pwedeng gawin. Pwede niyang sasabihin niya, hindi na kailangan ito operahan, magpa-therapy ka na lang. Kung bigay sa iyo. Depende yan. It's a case-to-case basis.
So, sasabihin naman ng doktor yan na makukuha sa therapy.
Yes.
No need to operahan, no need na lagyan ng bakal.
Yes.
Paano kung halimbawa, makikita ba ng doktor yon sa x-ray na merong tisyong naputol, whatsoever? Makikita ba?
That's kasi hindi ako masyadong bihasa sa magbasa ng x-ray.
Ayun, oo.
Ang tao lang na may training sa pagbabasa ng x-ray are usually the internist or yung mga doctor. Okay? That's why there are 3 branches. May surgeon, may internal medicine, and general practitioner. Yung general practitioner, kaya niya mula sa matanda hanggang sa bata. Yung internist, yung talaga anong nasa loob mo. Ngayon, sila pwedeng magbasa. Lahat sila pwede magbasa. They were trained to read x-rays. Sa amin mga LMT, we just pasundot-sundot lang kami. Usually nagtatanong kami. Kasi kung hindi ka magtatanong, paano mo malalaman kung anong tinitignan mo? Tama ba?
So,
imposible mag-kuneri, alam mo magbasa, hindi mo marunong.
And ito, for example, Sir.HADJI, spinal lang pinag-uusapan natin. Kung halimbawa, ako yon, hindi naman ako sa doktor nagpunta, sa'yo ako nagpunta, kaya kay Sir Romel, kay Miss Jack. Antimano ba, gagamutin mo ko o kinakailangan ipa-x-ray ko muna sa doktor bago mo ako galawin? Galawin as in, yung gagamutin?
Yes. Depende sa anong iniinda mo. Kung baldado ka, hindi ka makakilos, sasabihin ko sa iyo, magpa-doktor ka muna because I need clearance. Because the doctor is the only one that can give you a clearance. That's why nga meron kami dito sa patient's card, name of doctor. Kasi kung nagdududa kami, tatawagan namin yung doktor at tatanungin namin yung kaso mo. Tatapos sasabihin namin, ang question is, Doctor, so and so, dumating dito sa akin itong kino-complain. I understand na ikaw po ang tumitingin sa kanya.
I see.
Pwede po siya i-massage.
So, ibig sabihin, kaya nyo hinihinga ng permiso sa doktor, yung kaya nga gusto nyo may medical para malaman nyo kung how true, how totoo, tsaka kung po pwede nyong galawin.
Yes. Kasi kung meron mangyari, meron ako naggalaon, tapos lalong lumala, pwede mo akong kasuhan.
I see. Dahil?
So I'm just covering my bases.
Dahil hindi ka nakipag-coordinate sa doktor.
Yes.
Ayun.
Yes.
So, ang doktor naman, sasabihin sa'yo na, hindi mo pwedeng galawin yan kasi ganito.
Yes.
I see, okay. So, kapag ka ganon, ano sasabihin mo sa client, sa pasyente?
I said, usually yung sinasabi ko sa pasyente is, after 3 weeks or something, come back to me with a clearance from your doctor. Because I need that clearance because I will i-attach ko yan sa patient's card.
Ayun. So, ibig sabihin kasi, Sir Haji, meron siyang healing process ang doktor naman, may binigay na gamot.
Yes.
O within 2 weeks, inumin mo muna to. Ganon yon.
Yes. Kung nakikita nyo, ako din meron akong patient's card. Dito ko ina-attach yung mga recommendations ng doctors, and here's also saan ko ina-attach yung ginawa ko sa kliyente. Alright? So in other words,
May I see, sir?
meron kami dito niyan. yung patient's card is important dahil pag bumalik yung kliyente mo sa iyo, pwede mong i-review yan kung ano ang nagawa mo at saka kung ginawa niya yung assignment niya. Natatanong ko yung interview ni Sir Rosel, yung hindi niya ginawa yung sinabi ni Sir Romel at saka ni Ma'am Jackie.
Hindi, totoo naman
yung
yun.
assignment niya, hindi niya ginawa. Dito sinabi, bakit ka babalik sa akin ganito pa rin? Ginawa mo ba yung assignment? Tapos sinabi niya, inamin, hindi. Okay? So, kaya nga sa akin, basta nagawa ko, I don't expect you to come back to me. Kung babalik ka sa akin, is because of another case.
Yeah. Not doon sa case din na yun.
Yes.
So ako, totoo yan mga kaibigan, mga katropa, kasi nung ako hinawakan before nila Sir Romel, ni Jackie, actually may pinagagawa sa akin talaga, hindi ko ginawa. Kaya, until hanggang bumalik siya na Sir Romel, ayun pa rin, ito pa rin, kasi hindi ko talaga ginagawa. Totoo yun, aminin ko hindi ko nagagawa. So, pero lately, nitong nakaraang week, ginawa ko yung sinabi ni Sir Romel, medyo na okay, nalalagay ko na nga sa likod ko tong kamay ko, nakaganon ko na. So, before kasi hindi, hirap ako talaga. Kaya inamin ko naman, di ba? Hindi ko ginawa.
Yes.
So, totoo. So, yun ang ibig ko sabihin mga kaibigan, maging sa doktor o maging LMT tulad nila Sir.HADJI, kung ano po ang binilin, kung ano ang sinabi, dapat gawin nyo. Ika nga, kung maga sa school, walang sinabi yan. Ang teacher, ito homework nyo. Umuwi, hindi mo ginawa, kinabukasan, itlog ka. Hindi mo ginawa, talagang gano'n. So, gano'n din ho dito. Kapag sinabi ho ng mga therapist na gawin mo to, okay na kailangan, mag-tumbling ka, gawin mo. Kasi pag hindi nyo ginawa, yung pain, yung babalik at babalik, nahandun pa rin yun. Di ba? Tama ba yun, Sir Haji?
Tama po.
Paano yung sa mga buto na ganyan? For example, let's say, nagmumotor ako
Yes.
Sumemplang ako. Gumulong-gulong ngayon ako.
Yes.
Nakaramdam ngayon ako ng sakit sa party dito, sa likod.
Okay.
So, kinakailangan ko pa ba magpa-x-ray o po pwedeng diretso na ako sa'yo?
Depende po sa aksidente yon. Kasi the gravity of the accident. Kung nagkaroon kayo ng aksidente, how bad was the accident? Yun Kailangan tignan. Kung galos lang, okay. Alright? Kaya nang mertiolate yan. Ay, naku, nadidate yata ako. Betadine na pala.
Betadine. Ibig ko sabihin nga, Sir Haji, so automatic yun, kinakailangan magpa-x-ray muna ako.
Yes, kasi we want to, gusto mo i-rule out yung any broken bones.
Ayun.
Okay? You want to rule out broken bones kasi hindi namin hahawakan yan kung may broken bone yan. Ang doktor lang ang pwedeng umayos niyan.
Pag broken bone.
Yes. Either they will cast it, they will aspirate the fluid. Ibig sabihin, i-injecting ka, tatanggalin yung fluid para yung inflammation ay humupay. Tama ba yun? Humupa. Okay, para lumiit. Tapos, doon niya asikasuhin yun.
So, yun yung ibig mo sabihin, Sir Haji, na ang doktor, kapag broken bone, yan yung inire-refer nila o hinahatulan ka na, kailangan magpasimento ka na. Kailangan palagyan mo na ng bakal yan. Mga ganun ba yun?
Not necessarily. Depende. Kung bakal, ibig sabihin yun, multiple fractures yun. In other words, hindi buo ang pagkabali. Madami siyang maliliit na parte.
Oo.
Kailangan i-kwan.
Part siya.
Yes.
Kasi may nakita ko minsan, braso, taka binte. Tinusukan na gano'n, may tusok na bakal na gano'n.
Yes.
Bakit may tusok na gano'n?
Sineset nila yung bone. Nangyari yan sa mother-in-law ko Yung bone, kasi yung fracture niya, hindi clean cut. Merong matutulis. So, kailangan nila iset.
Pagdikitin.
Yes, kailangan nila iset ng maayos yan.
I see.
Na walang mga tusok-tusok. Kaya nilalagyan nila ng bakal
Para maglapat.
ma-stabilize.
Maglapat siya.
Yes.
Yun yung sinasabi mo na nabali siya ng hindi may tulis, yung
Yes.
parang nag-crack na gano'n.
Yes.
Kaya may bakal na gano'n para pagdikitin yung dalawang yun.
Yes, na lapat, ha? Hindi pwedeng meron nakausli.
Ay, nakaawang.
Walang awang dapat.
So, yung ba kapag may gano'n, maghihil?
Maghihil yun, pero matagal.
Sabihin, magdidikit ulit yung buto.
Magdidikit.
Pero, delikado na rin siya. Hindi na siya pwedeng yung maulit-ulit sa parting yun.
Depende how fast nag-heal yung individual eh. Kasi kung bata yan, mabilis siya ng healing. Sa mga elderly, ilan months at least? Mga 1 year, no?
Pagka matanda na, magayot na raw yun. Kaya
Oo,
medyo...
mga-
Hindi, ibig ko sabihin kasi, Sir Haji, walang iniwan yan eh. For example, itong kahoy na to.
Yes.
Naputol.
Yes.
Kumuha ka ng mighty band.
Yes.
Inikit mo. Pagka bisa nabagsak ulito, doon napuputol eh.
Depende ho kung kaano gagaling ang mga muscles around there. See?
Hindi, yun nga.
That's why you have, kailangan, dinedevelop mo. That's why nga meron kang rehab. Aside from na-set na yung mga bones properly, meron ka pang rehab. Yung rehab, ini-strengthen yung muscles along the side. Yung connective tissues, tendons, ligaments, kung ano man na naputol doon.
So, yung ba, Sir Haji, for example, lang buto ng tao, yung buto, katulad doon, yung sinabi ko siyang may tusok na bakal.
Yes.
Yung ba kapag bago pagdikitin na gano'n, may ginagawa ang mga doktor na parang pandikit para magdikit pa ulit siya, o natural lang, basta babakalan lang na gano'n, tutusukan lang.
Okay. Example ko na lang yung mother-in-law ko. Inoperahan siya, binuksan, hinignan nila yung bone, tapos nilagay nila ng dalawang, kala mo, radar eh.
Parang antena.
Oo, parang antena eh. Meron siyang, hello, gano'n.
Gano'n.
Tipong gano'n. So, pero talagang, sa totoo lang, hindi, talagang masalimuot yung kwan na yan, yung bone setting na yan. Hindi ako eksperto doon. Yung mga doktor, Sir Rosel, I won't be able to, hindi ko masasagot ng maayos yan dahil ang doktor ang may alam kung paano maiiwasan din yung mga nerve endings.
Yun nga ibig ko sabihin
Yun.
kasi, katulad yan,
Peripheral nerves yun, ha?
for example nga, ito yung buto natin.
Yes.
Biglang nag-crack na baling ganon. So,
Yes.
naghiwalay.
Yes.
So, yun yung sinasabi natin na pag didikitin niyang ganon, tapos meron tukod na ganon para magdikit.
Yes.
Yun ang ibig ko sabihin. Maghihil siya by itself
Yes.
o by ginagamit pa sila na nilalagay doon para magdikit siya talaga.
Usually, they bond it by either tatahiin yung mga connective tissues or sometimes meron silang nilalagay yung, I think, binabalot parang dissolving gauze or something like that.
Natutunaw siya.
Natutunaw sa loob. Tapos meron, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. I'm just, because meron kung may sugat ka sa paa, pag tatahiin ka, yung catgut ang tawag nila, nagdi-dissolve na lang. Hindi ka na kailangan pumunta sa hospital para igupit yung sutures.
So, natutunaw na. Yun na kasi
Yes.
uso ngayon eh.
Ngayon, ang naririnig ko yung staple, yung ginagamit sa mga
Lalo sa mga chest.
open heart surgery, staple.
Yung mga binabypass.
Opo, ganun. Mukhang masakit yun eh.
Hindi, stapler yun eh. Kumbaga sana,
Oo.
yung ma-stapler ka lang sa daliri ng stapler,
Oo nga,
masakit
masakit
na
na
eh.
eh.
Yung pa.
Kaya nga sabi ko, kaya nga importante pala talaga na...
Pero, alam mo, sa totoo lang, Sir Haji, dito sa atin sa Pilipinas, hindi pa tayo high-tech eh. Kasi sa US, may uncle ako na nagkaroon siya ng sa heart nabalutan ng taba, etc. Dito kasi sa atin ginagawa rin, binabypass pa.
Pwedeng i-bypass.
Hindi, kaya nga. Pero doon, sa kanila, hindi na. May itutusok dyan, ile-laser, matutunaw na yun kung ano man nasa heart mo. No need to ibukas na. Hindi na bubuksan.
Hindi ba yun ng angioplasty ang tinatawag nila?
Hindi ko alam eh. Basta sabi sa akin ng aking uncle, may tinusok na aparato, ni-laser yung loob, natunaw yung mga taba-taba.
Wow.
Na nakabalot sa puso niya.
Wow.
Yun ang sakit niya eh. Yun ang naging sakit niya ron na yung puso niya nababalutan ng taba. Yun ang anyway, hindi ko alam. Basta, yun lang ang kinuwento. Sabi niya nga ng uncle ko, kung ako umuwi Pilipinas, bubuksan pa to. So, dito hindi na. So, yun ang sinabi sa akin.
Ay, hirap talaga, no? Pero, Sir Rosel, sa totoo lang, lahat-lahat will depend on the doctor kung ano ang rekomendasyon niya. Ako being an LMT, I will stick to my LMT practice, and that is working on the ligaments, tendons, muscles.
Okay.
Not the bones, but the bones are attached to those things. That's what keeps them together. Ligaments, tendons, and muscles. And that's where we are.
Okay.
See, yung follow through nun is that when after you've loosened up all the muscles, tendons, and ligaments, when you apply a bit of pressure, the bones come into place.
Okay, so mga kaibigan, mamaya magbabalik pa tayo ni Sir Haji dahil may itatanong pa ako sa kanya tungkol doon kay Bonnie James, no? Mamaya po yan kasi ano ang dapat tatanong natin sa kanya mamaya kung ano ang dapat ingatan doon sa kabuuan nung si Bonnie James, no? From cervical to sa baba, lumbar, no? Mamaya po sa pagbabalik namin, magpapakilala po si Joshua dahil baka nakakatulog na si Joshua. Magbabalik po kami.
Hanap mo ba ay Unwind Ventures? Tara nang mamangha sa mga tanawin. Ano man ang iyong travel goals? Dadalhin namin kayo. Sa Unwind Ventures at saya. Dito lang sa Wow Biyahe. Kaya wow, di ba?
Abangan dito lang sa Millennial Online. Barangay, pangunahing unit ng pamahalang lokal kung saan dito pinag-uusapan ang bawat sigalot ng mga residente ng bawat barangay. Dito rin pinag-uusapan ng mga piling halal na opisyal na barangay ang mga proyekto para sa kanilang barangay. Kumustahin natin ang panunungkulan ni Kapitan dito sa Dalo Barangay sa Millennial Online TV worldwide, ang katropa ng bawat barangay.
Ating tinatapos ang ating pagpupulong. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pagdalo at tapos na po ang ating session. Enjoy na po tayo.
Ikaw ba'y nag-iisa? Nalulungkot? Dahil iniwan at ipinagpalit? Niloko ng iyong minamahal? Kung ngayon, i-type sa inyong mga cellphone, Facebook o YouTube man ang Millennial Online TV. Dahil nasa Millennial Online TV na ang online haralista ng bagong milenyo, si Randel Villados.
Naninigas ang aking katawan kapag umikot ng plaka.
At haharanahin kayo ni Randel ng iba't ibang awitin para maibsan ang iyong inip at kalungkutan kahit nasaan man kayo.
Hanggang sa tumanda. Come on! Kung tayo'y matanda na, sana'y di tayo magbago.
At pwede rin kayong makiduet kay Randel tuwing Sabado ng hapon. Tutok na! Tawag na mga milenyo!
Araw-araw kumpleto na tuwing nandito ka sa tabi ko o aking giliw.
Okay mga kaibigan, ako alas 3:30 na o alas 3:33 na po ng hapon, Philippine Standard Time, bilis talaga ng oras. Ano? At muli po kami nagbabalik ni Sir.HADJI CRESPO, ng ating expert pagdating sa buto-buto. Buto-butong hindi yung buto-butong nilaga. Okay Sir.HADJI, at ito po ang aming last part ng aming pag-uusap ngayon ni Sir.HADJI. Sir, dyan sa kay Bonnie James, dyan sa ating mga buto-buto na yan,
Yes.
ano ba ang dapat unang-unang dapat ingatan ng bawat human being ng tao na yung bang para hindi siya maging paralyzed o etc. yung halimbawa lang?
Basta I just want to make a correction. I'm not an expert in bones,
Yeah.
okay? I am an expert in my modality, and that is trigger point.
Iyon, trigger
Okay?
point.
And that is connective tissues, muscles, tendons, and ligaments, and I remove pain. Now, when it comes to the bones or the spinal cord, ang dapat pag-ingatan is don't take risk. Kasi any small fall and you end up on your back. That's why the first things sa aksidente, what do the emergency medical response units do? They stabilize the guy by putting him a surgical collar. Once they have placed the cervical collar on the individual, yung parang ganon, yung minsan nakikita mo si Romel, nilalagay niyang ganon.
Yung
Pero
ano?
usually yung doktor,
Yung katulad kay CGMA.
yes,
Yun,
yan ang cervical collar is to stabilize the individual's spine para no other thing will move. Okay? Because very important yung cervical region because that is very near the brain and that, and that's why they put them in, nilalagyan nila, hinihiga nila yung pasyente. Hindi lang from the from the floor to the gurney, they roll the individual or meron silang blanket and they all pull the blanket at the same time. Hindi isa-isa. That's why nga, at saka usually merong blanket yan to prevent shock.
So, okay. So, sige, mga kaibigan, magbabalik lang muna kami, no, ni Sir.HADJI, mamaya po. Mga millennials, marunong na ba kayong magluto ng mga masasarap at swak sa budget na mga pagkain? Abay, huwag puro lang kayo aksi at ML at puro pagkakalikot lang ng cellphone. Dapat marunong ka rin sa gawain bahay at tulungan ang inyong mga mamsi. Kaya tara na, samahan natin ang kusinera ng bagong milenyo, si Ate J, at tuturuan tayong magluto ng mga masasarap na ulam natin sa ating mga hapagkainan at sok pa sa budget. Ika nga, a delicious food on a proper price. Tara na, mga millennials! Binaigting, binalakas ang bagong news online TV ng bagong milenyo. Millennial Online TV, ang katropa mo sa pagbabalita.
Mga katropa, ako po si Randel Villados, ang online naranista ng bagong milenyo ng Millennial Online TV na nag-aanyaya sa inyo na makikanta, makisaya at tumutok sa lahat ng programa ng Millennial Online TV. I-type lamang sa inyong Facebook at YouTube ang Millennial Online TV. Nood na mga katropa!
Ako inyong lingkod, Rosel Lopez, ang inyong katropa, ang inyong kabarangay dito sa Millennial Online TV. Abangan ang ating mga kaganapan dito sa ating bansa at abangan din ang panunungkol ni Kapitan sa ating Dalaw Barangay. Paano nyo kami mapapanood? I-type lamang sa inyong mga cellphone, sa inyong Facebook at YouTube ang Millennial Online TV. Ano pa hinihintay nyo mga katropa? Like, subscribe, at share na. Okay mga katropa?
Mga katropa, ako po si Gazi Sarip, ang inyong tagapaghatid ng balita sa bagong milenyo, na nag-aanyaya sa inyo na tunghayan ng aking mga pag-uulat at tumutok sa lahat ng programa dito sa Millennial Online TV. I-type lamang sa inyong Facebook at YouTube ang Millennial Online TV. Nood na mga katropa!
Binaigting, binalakas ang bagong news online TV ng bagong milenyo. Millennial Online TV, ang katropa mo sa pagbabalita. Okay, sa mga kaibigan, sa last hour namin ni Sir.HADJI CRESPO, abay nagbabalik ulit kami at ito yung aming huling hour, no? At yun, itatanong natin kay Sir.HADJI na katulad noon, ano ang dapat pakaingatan doon sa ating mga buto-buto, no? Yung talagang ika nga dapat alagaan na kapag ka ito nagkaroon ng problema ay po pwede ka maging paralyzed, etc.
Yes.
Ayun, so ano?
Relatively, ang spine is the most vital part of the human body. That's why nga marami siyang muscles, tendons, connective tissues. Kasi ang human body, we find a better concentration of harder muscles. Sa pagitan ng mga, kung titignan nyo itong muscles, itong spinous process, which is yung nasa sa likod mismo, yung nakaumbok sa skin, meron muscles din yan. Ang tawag dyan sa mga muscles niyan ay multifidus. Okay? Parang yung guy wires. Talagang ina-stabilize niya per vertebrae. So, tapos dito sa transverse process, ito sa pagitan ng one vertebrae to another, meron din yan muscles. Meron isang muscle that connects here and goes here. Meron din muscle that connects here and goes here. So in other words, talagang sinisecure niya na hindi malihis. Dahil kung malihis yan, pwedeng maputol yung nerve.
Pag naputol yun, yung nerves na sinasabi mo,
Yes.
doon nagkakaroon ng mga paralyzed.
Hindi lang yun. Maraming problema usually nag-a-arise dyan eh. Pwede ka ma-paralyze, pwede ka matsugi din.
Ngayon, so,
Okay?
ayan mga kaibigan, malinaw. Hindi lang kapag ka nagka-problema yung spine, hindi lang yung mapaparalyze ka, pwede ka pa raw mamatay ang isang tao. No? So, yun po, linawin natin. Ngayon, Sir Haji, ano may papayo mo sa isang human being, sa isang human body, kapag halimbawa na nagkaroon siya ng disgrasya, nahulog, nabunggo, at ito ang tinamaan, saan siya dapat unang-unang pumunta at ano ang dapat niyang unang gawin?
Ang dapat munang gawin niya is pumunta sa doktor, magpa-x-ray or magpa-CT scan to find out if any organ or bones has been damaged. And then take it from there, no? Kasi hindi ka pwede magsapalaran basta yung spinal cord ay ma-injured. Malabo na yun. Talagang hindi lang maraming diseases can come about kung hindi maayos yung spine. Hindi ako naglalagay ng takot or whatever, pero the thing is, the human body is very fragile. Okay? Regardless of whatever. Mabugok ka lang, maumpog ka lang. Usually, anong tinatanong ng doktor?
Nagpa-CT scan ka na ba? Ganun?
Oo, Reds, tatanungin muna sa nanay. Natulog ba siya? Nagsuka ba siya? Kasi meron na yan underlying causes. Pwedeng may concussion or baka pwedeng magkaroon ng inflammation. Inflammation yung kaaway natin dito. Yung mamamaga. Inflammation is a defensive mechanism in the body. Pero when inflammation sets in the human body and remains unchecked, delikado na rin. Kasi meron yan pros and cons. So in other words, that's why it is proper na may exercise kayo, you strengthen, you eat the proper foods, and all that. Yan lang ang sinasabi ko. Pero the thing is, the doctor will always give you a clearance when you work on a client and when you doubt yung kliyente mo na healthy siya. Kasi hindi sa usually that has been trained and inculcated sa amin sa mga LMTs. Never hurt. That's a never hurt. Pero sometimes there are some hurts that you have to find out, pero you have to advise your client beforehand. Masakit ito, pero pagkatapos ko nito, wala na. Usually, yan ang sinasabi ko. Kasi, I chase pain eh. When I chase pain, talagang masakit. Pero, I only work to as much as the tolerance level of the client. Kung kaya niya ng 5, kasi yung pain tolerance is between 0 to 10. 10 being masyadong mataas yung pain. Minsan, meron dyan mga kliyente na ang pain threshold nila or yung kakayanin nila na sa pain ay mataas. So I use a lower scale, 0 to 5 lang. 3 being more pain and 5 being excessive pain. Sa patient or sa client na hindi masyadong mataas ang threshold ng pain, we use the 1 to 10. 10 being excessive and 5 being there is pain. Bakit? Because this is where I find out where to work. The higher the pain level, whenever I palpate, that's where the cause is. And I have tried that already and na-prove ko na yun.
Kaya pala, sir, minsan na Sir Haji, pag nakikita kitang mayroon kang kliyente, at kapag pinisil mo siya, lagi mong tinatanong, 1 to 10, gaano kasakit?
Yes.
So, doon mo malalaman kung paano mo siya pipisilin or paano?
Or saan mo dapat
Pisilin. Ayun, yes. Okay. So, ngayon naintindihan ko na. Kaya pala kasi si Sir Haji, bisa pagka may hahawakan, lagi niyang tanong, 1 to 10, gaano kasakit? So, yun pala yun. Para alam kung saan niya pipisilin at kung gaano niya dapat pisilin at kung saan parte niya pipisilin. Malinaw. Ngayon, sir, dyan sa mga buto na yan, advisable ba sa isang human being? For example, kay Sir Rumen, ako, matanda na, siyempre, makunat na, ika nga. Yes. Advisable ba yung mga uso ngayon na uminom ka ng alin, ng gatas, dahil pampatibay ng buto yan? At totoo ba yun? Naniniwala? Ako kasi parang, I'm not believe na yung gatas, iinom ka lang, ang buto mo, titibay, etc. whatsoever.
Actually, yung nire-recommend namin is collagen. Collagen, something...
So, for example, paa ng manok.
Well, yes.
May collagen yun, di ba?
Yes.
Oh, di ba? Basta mga sticky.
Yes.
Okay. So, pero ang sinasabi ko is, yung halimbawa, gatas, or mga synthetic na gamot, coming from the, naniniwala ka ba na titibay ang buto ng isang tao dahil doon?
Kasi ako, sa totoo lang, hindi ako tuminom ng mga ganun eh.
Hindi, kaya nga. Oo.
Kaya hindi ko masasagot yung tanong mo dahil sa belief ko, if you eat the proper nutrients or talagang you avoid yung mga red meat, you eat a lot of gulay, healthy foods, no white rice except brown rice.
Yeah. Mixed with the white rice.
Yes, mixed with the white rice or brown sugar rather than refined sugar.
Yeah.
Whole wheat bread rather than white bread. Pero yan ang weakness ko, no? Yung bread. Kasi masarap eh.
Hindi, pero actually kasi ang pagkakaiba lang naman ng wheat bread sa white bread, mas malasa lang ang white bread.
Yes.
Hindi katulad ng wheat bread. Talagang pag wala kang palaman, mahirap kainin.
Okay.
Hindi katulad, di ba, ng tinapay na ano.
Yes. Pero relatively, meron akong sagot dyan. Pero the thing is, meron mga supplements that can help the human
Yun,
body
ayan, dyan na tayo.
the natural way.
Yun.
Okay? Pero, sa mga LMTs, I'm sure of it, Sir Rosel is already thinking about this. Yung pandemic, anong pinaggagawa ng mga LMTs? Kailangan maabilidad ho kayo.
Ayun.
Mag-isip kayo ng paraan na kumita. Gaya ko, natenga yung therapy ko.
Yeah. Dahil bawal eh.
Bawal. Dahil sa mga COVID niyan. So anong ginawa ko? Last August of 2021, naghanap ako ng negosyo. Ang negosyo na dropshipping ang tawag nila. And yan is, I'm in the confines of my house. Meron akong internet, meron akong smartphone, doon ko lang nilalagay. Okay? Now, kung sakali man maganda, and that's a business that I
So
am doing right
it's
now.
Herbal medicine?
Yes, natural.
Natural herbal medicine?
Yes, sir.
Actually, meron ho ako dyan milk tea. Kita nyo mamaya matitikman ko yun. So, yung sinasabi ni Sir Haji, kahit naman hindi pandemic, pag sinabing herbal, makakatulong na sa'yo, sa ibang tao, kikita ka pa.
Yes.
Di ba? Sang ka pa. Ika nga lahat andun makakatulong ka, inirepair mo, inalok mo sa isang tao na kaibigan mo, may ganito, uminom nun, natuwa, inirepair na naman niya, so kikita ka na. Nakatulong ka pa. Tama ba yun, Sir Haji?
Tama yun,
Siguro ko,
sir.
sa susunod na episode po, pagbalik ni Sir Haji dito, iyan naman ang pag-uusapan namin about herbal and natural medicine na kailangan po ng bawat isang tao. Di ba? Tama ba?
Yes, sir.
Oo, kasi kapag ilang usapan pa natin yan, itinatakil natin ngayon uli, baka abutin na kami ng ano. So, sa susunod na pagbalik niya ni Sir Haji, yan ang pag-uusapan naman namin about business. Business naman na business na mapapagaling ka, makakatulong sa'yo, makakatulong sa ibang tao, at lahat-lahat na yun sa susunod, yan ang pag-uusapan namin. Kaya nga sabi ko, aaralin ko yan. At pag inaral ko, pagbabalik niya, abay, ganun ulit, Q&A ulit kami. Siyempre, tatanungin ko yan, paano kung yung iinom niya pangit, pag uminom ba niya, gagandang lalaki? O, di ba? So, yun yung mga itatanong natin. Okay, so, ngayon, Sir Raji, sa ating last word mo, sa ating mga kababayan, sa mga taong magkakaroon problema, nabalian ng ganito, ano ang may advice mo sa kanila para sa yung hindi sila matuluyan, ika nga?
Unang-una, gusto ko magpasalamat sa iyo, Sir Rosel, for giving me the opportunity na i-share yung kaalaman kong konti sa tiga Bulacan. And secondly, all we have to do is wag kayo mabahala. Ang Diyos may kapal ay bahala sa atin. Basta malakas ang panampalataya mo sa Kanya, hindi ka papabayaan.
Ayun.
At saka hindi lang yun. Ingatan ang katawan because yan lang ang uniko katawan na meron tayo. Kaya eat healthy, stop eating fast food.
Ayun. So, ika nga, Sir Raji, nasa Diyos ang awa, nasa tao ang gawa.
Yes, sir.
Ayun. Okay, yan, sa mga kaibigan, ayan po si Sir Hadji Crespo, isa po sa katropa nating licensed massage therapist at yun nga, actually, pagdating nga sa buto, meron siyang, sabi natin not exactly mahusay, kundi may kaalaman, no? Actually, ilang beses niya na ako hinipo, yung mga buto na yan, ngayon ko lang nalaman na may ganun pala. So, sa pagbabalik niya po rito, ang pag-uusapan naman natin ay natural herbal medicine na hindi lang pang pamilya, hindi lang pang kabuhayan, panglahatan pa. Okay, magbabalik po kami mga kaibigan ni Joshua Baltao.
Binaigting, binalakas, ang bagong news online TV ng bagong milenyo. Millennial Online TV, ang katropa mo sa pagbabalita.
Hanap mo ba ay Unwind Ventures? Tara nang mamangha sa mga tanawin. Ano man ang iyong travel goals, Dadalhin namin kayo sa unwind ventures at saya. Dito lang sa Wow Biyahe. Kaya wow, di ba?
Abangan dito lang sa Millennial Online TV.
Now, it's, so we,
Talakayin, rebisahin, opinyon, hanggang
Instruction of dangerous
aksyonan.
na we can do
Kasama
checks as much
si
as
Rosel
possible
Lopez,
sa mga establishment.
ang inyong katropa. Dito lang sa Millennial Online TV. Ang katropa mo sa pagbabalita. Okay, so mga kaibigan, nagbabalik po tayo ulit sa ating programang Tropa at sa ating panibagong oras na segment. At bago tayo magpatuloy, abay, batiin muna natin ang ating mga katropa na nakatutok ngayon, sila Kuya Danigo, no? Again din si Kuyang Hil Magas Gakusana ng Iligan City at si Bro Enteng Diaz ng Barangay Tagalag dyan po sa Valenzuela. Again din si Limuel Valencia, magandang hapon sa iyo Limuel at welcome sa programang Tropa. At gayon din si Miss Deverly Imperial na nasa Hong Kong po. Abay, siguro walang ginagawa to kaya nakakapanood, kaya nakalibre-libre. Magandang hapon sa iyo, Ma'am Deverly Imperial ng Hong Kong. Okay, sa mga kaibigan, tuloy-tuloy tayo sa oras na alas 3:55 po ng hapon, Philippine Standard Time. Abay, itutunghay natin sa inyo yung pong ginawang anniversary ng HWPL, no? Ito po yung World for Peace, no? Na panoorin natin ang ganda ng kanilang video presentation at kayo na po ang bahilang ito dapat lahat po tayo lahat po ng Pilipino, hindi man Pilipino, kasama po rito sa World Peace, no? Ito po para sa hindi lang sa Pilipinas kundi sa buong mundo. Okay, sa mga kaibigan, tunghayan po natin ang kanilang ginawang anniversary nito lamang nakaraan January 24. So mga kaibigan, tunghayan po natin.
Greetings of peace. We gladly welcome you to the 8th anniversary of the January 24 HWPL Peace Day with the theme Law of Peace in Heaven and on Earth. I'm Tina Ryan. We have anticipated long enough for this important day to come, and I'm truly honored to be your host. Good evening and a warm welcome to our distinguished guests and participants. Today, we are gathered to commemorate January 24th as HWPL Peace Day, starting with the January 24, 2014 Mindanao Peace Agreement, which aimed to contribute in the cessation of the 40-year conflict in Mindanao. This marked the beginning of HWPL's work spreading in Mindanao and in the Philippines. Since then, HWPL has continuously moved forward. It has gained support in the Philippines and around the world. Today, we are going to witness how these small steps of peace and history have become a huge leap for humanity. To formally welcome us to this worldwide celebration of January 24 HWPL Peace Day, let us listen to the welcoming message from the Secretary General of HWPL Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. John Romel Garces.
From the Philippines to all those who are with us today, greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum. Shalom. Namaste. And mabuhay. I have the role to welcome everyone who joined us in celebrating this special day. And I think the best way to do that is to greet you in your native language. But I have limitations in doing that. What amazed me is the fact that we are here today because we understand one universal language. It is peace. Peace is what unites our hearts and minds. Because of that, we are here. Why do we call today HWPL Peace Day? Because today was the day Chairman Lehman started his peace works here in the Philippines. Going back 8 years ago, it was Archbishop Antonio Ledesma who advised Chairman Lee to extend his works of peace in Manila. And on January 24, 2014, Chairman Lee, together with HWPL, IPYG, IWPG peace delegates, flew from Korea all the way to Mindanao, Philippines. There he met Honorable Ismael Mugadano, Archbishop Fernando Catalia, and in front of the people, in front of God, they signed the Mindanao Peace Agreement and held hands together, promising to work together in wars and hostilities in Mindanao. A year later, in 2015, Honorable Mugadano declared January 24, HWPL Peace Day in the province of Maguindanao and established the first HWPL Peace Monument. On the second anniversary of HWPL Peace Day, Honorable Ahod Ibrahim, the Chief Minister of War, also declared January 24 as HWPL Peace Day and established the second HWPL Peace Monument in the administrative camp of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, Camp Darmana. And the rest is history. As a matter of fact, the third Peace Monument in Barangay Bagua Mother, Cotabato City was unveiled last year, July 19, 2021. And today, the first HWPL Peace Monument in Lubong was unveiled in Barangay Fort Urat, Locson. Furthermore, first HWPL Peace Monument inside the school campus was erected today in Sinloan Integrated National High School. In total, there are 5 peace monuments HWPL established here in the Philippines. Today, all of us will witness from our distinguished champions of peace how the law of peace in heaven and on earth will be established through HWPL's core initiative, the International Law for Peace, the War Office, Unity of Religion, and Peace Education. Today, we have become the realities of this peace agreement, written not on a piece of paper, but engraved in the hearts of all peace-loving individuals. Let us all become peace messengers, and let's help everyone to become messengers of peace, so that all together we can achieve the world of peace. Let us remember this day forever. We are one!
Thank you so much, Mr. Garces, for your very warm welcome to everyone. We would also like to acknowledge our distinguished speakers and the participants from Philippines, Korea, Indonesia, Nepal, China, Japan, and at least 20 countries around the world who are with us today. Thank you to our overflowing participants here on Zoom, and we are also live on Facebook and the YouTube channel of HWPL Philippines. We are so glad to have you today. It's proof that we are one in spreading the culture of peace in our respective countries. To know more about the significance of January 24th and why we are celebrating today, let's see how Chairman Lee started HWPL's work in the Philippines by watching this video.
Heavenly Culture World Peace Restoration of Life. HWPL is an international peace organization which has 170 branches across the world. HWPL is committed to various peace initiatives to make the global world as the world of peace, not of war, by transcending national boundaries, races, and religions. As solutions to realize peace, we are carrying out peace movements to legislate the DPCW for world peace and cessation of war in an international society, as well as searching for the way to the Alliance of Religions, which promotes the peaceful interfaith communication. Also, we are carrying out peace education to leave the true world of peace to the children who are the leaders of the future. Chairman Lee of HWPL, the peace advocate, as a war veteran, he has directly experienced the horrors of the Korean War. Since he is someone who understands the pains of the war better than anyone, he has been carrying out non-governmental diplomacy by touring the world tirelessly at his own expense, driven by his strong belief in establishing a world without war. Rather than merely speaking of peace, he has established tangible results through his 31 world peace tours over the last 7 years, which includes visits to 100 countries. Among these, the fruit that was born in the Philippines is incredibly special. The winds of peace have blown in the Philippines. The starting point was at the Mindanao Peace Agreement that was signed on January 24, 2014. The conflict in Mindanao, Philippines lasted over 40 years and is one of the bloodiest conflicts in Asia recorded to date. Amplified by religious intolerance between followers of Catholicism and Islam, it was conflict that took more than 120,000 lives. Many efforts were poured out to resolve this issue, but the civil war continued. The peace advocate visited Mindanao risking his life to contribute in resolving the long-standing conflict.
Please raise your hand if you want peace. Do not raise your hand if you don't want peace. Only if you want peace to come, please raise your hand. It will be a good thing to achieve peace and leave it as a legacy. Shouldn't we also do favor for others since we receive grace from heaven? This is the grace of peace. We will sign on this peace agreement today, together with the leaders.
Chairman Lee invited the two leaders, Archbishop Fernando Capalla and Honorable Ismael Mangudadado, and guided them to sign the peace agreement. The dynamic Treaty of Peace became an important symbol for the implementation of true peace in the Philippines. The Philippines has been experiencing a surprisingly change ever since. The Monument of Peace was first erected in the plaza in front of the governmental building in Buluan, Maguindanao, Mindanao, Philippines. January 24th was designated as HWPL Peace Day. People from Mindanao and others from around the world who long for peace in the midst of conflicts are gathering to the events of peace to commemorate this day. The efforts of the Philippine government and MILF led to the decommissioning of weapons, and this showed remarkable progress. The second peace monument in the Philippines was erected at MILF's camp. It was a meaningful moment that showed how peace has been relieving the history of conflicts and pain in the region. MILF also announced January 24th as HWPL Peace Day to annually awaken the spirit of peace. Major cities in Mindanao, Philippines willingly expressed their strong support for the DPCW, including leaders of Philippines' legislative body. The seed of peace, Chairman Lee Manhi, and the peace workers sown in the hearts of the Filipinos spread and is now bearing precious fruits all over the Philippines. The desperate wish for peace is intricately connected to peace education for the future generation. Leaders within the educational sectors in the Philippines have achieved various peace agreements to carry on HWPL's peace initiatives. The Commission of Higher Education released CHED Memorandum Order No. 1 Series of 2019 mandating all higher educational institutions to integrate peace education in their curriculum. Through this, many schools willingly expressed their interest to have a partnership with HWPL. From DepEd, 3 MOAs were forged. the division of Cotabato City, Maasin City, and Laguna Provincial Pilar District, covering a total of 238 schools under them and another 12 MOUs. While from Chad, 50 MOUs were forged from the northern Mindanao and 9 from the Cagayan region. A total of 10 trainings were conducted this year for 552 schools and around 2,079 teachers were nurtured. So far, there are 36 schools already implementing peace education in their curriculum, with 455 peace educators teaching in their classes, covering almost 20,000 students. These children with a seed of peace sown in their hearts, when they grow up, they will bear fruits of peace and will continue with the beautiful virtuous circle. HWPL has opened the way to peace, which is destination all human race must reach. The Philippines has been a great example and the representative of practicing peace. HWPL, the hand which is not only in the Philippines, but the entire globe should hold on together to achieve genuine peace. Altogether, let us establish the law of peace in heaven and on earth. We are one.
Now that we know the importance of the January 24th HWPL Peace Day, let us listen to the congratulatory messages received from key people who express their good wishes for this celebration. Let us listen to them as they share their warm messages.
I am happy to see the commemoration of 8th anniversary of the Mindanao Declaration 2014. The words and deeds of the organization like HWPL have contributed in revitalizing the notion of peace for those who have suffered. My sincere appreciation to all the dignitaries and the participants for your invaluable presence in this ceremony. Thank you.
Halo, saya Elsa Syarif, perwakilan HWPL dari Indonesia. Mengucapkan selamat merayakan ulang tahun HWPL yang ke-8. Semoga perdamaian dunia segera tercipta dan kita hidup dalam berdamai di dunia ini. Amin. We are one.
Thank you for inviting me to deliver a message of peace during your online celebration for the 8th anniversary of the January 24 HWPL Peace Day, with the theme, Law of Peace in Heaven and on Earth. Congratulations to HWPL and Chairman Lee Man-hee for the 8th anniversary of the January 24 HWPL Peace Day. I join HWPL in expressing commitment to peace and in calling all Filipinos to become messengers of the declaration of peace and cessation of war. Without doubt, peace can only be achieved if we are one.
A message of peace and congratulations to the heavenly culture, world peace, restoration of Light Philippines on your 8th anniversary celebration. I send my sincerest gratitude to your organization led by Chairman Lee Man-hee for taking us closer to this path of healing, especially for bridging peace and education. I share your commitment to lead our youth in a life of harmony through your peace, education, and interfaith dialogues. Again, thank you everyone. We are one.
I congratulate the Heavenly Culture, World Peace, Restoration of Life International and its Philippine chapter on the occasion of the 8th anniversary of HWPL Day of Peace. I commend your organization for taking on the mission to achieve global peace through heavenly culture and carrying your peace movement worldwide. We are one with you in wishing for permanent peace on earth and putting an end to wars, violence, and its accompanying ill effects such as death, disability, illness, poverty, lost faith, hope, and opportunities. I wish the HWPL Peace Ambassadors blessings and good health as you continue with your programs on peace education and Alliance of Religion Interfaith Dialogue Series on Scriptural Texts, Women and Youth Empowerment on your Legislate Peace campaign. Thank you for spreading the culture of peace and for persistently giving hope that world peace may not be that elusive after all. Indeed, may peace be with us all. God bless and stay safe.
And I have a special message of congratulations to the Heavenly Culture World Peace Restoration of Light Philippines for celebrating the 8th HWPL Peace Day on January 24th. You know, in this really strange time when, you know, the world seems to be divided for whatever reason, political, whatnot, etc., peace is something I feel we all need. And I just wanted to thank all of you guys for the great work you've been doing. Congratulations. And we are one.
Hi everyone, Isa Litton here, and I want to congratulate Heavenly Culture World Peace Restoration of Light Philippines for celebrating the 8th HWPL Peace Day on January 24. You know, may we find relevance in these difficult times that we live in today as the whole world continues to battle this virus. It's somehow pause for all humanity to look at the bigger picture, that we all truly have so much more in common than our differences. So think on that and let us keep working on attaining world peace. We are one.
Hi everyone, it's Ricky Flo. I want to say congratulations to the Heavenly Culture World Peace Restoration of Light Philippines on your 8th HWPL Peace Day happening on January 24. Let me just say that as a mother, I am so relieved that you're doing this. Thank you so much. My prayers are with you always. We are one.
Hi, this is Maurice O'Malley, and I just want to congratulate Heavenly Culture World Peace Restoration of Light Philippines for celebrating the 8th HWPL Peace Day on January 24. We are well aware that billions of people in the world are actually suffering the consequences of violence in their countries. And it is very heartbreaking to see and hear of their stories, their plight, their tribulations, especially the innocent children who have done nothing to deserve this kind of unfortunate circumstance. It is time for us to realize that peace is the only answer. It is the way out of inequity and violence. It is the solution for us to continue to thrive and succeed. If we help spread the message and join our efforts to create awareness on the importance of peace, then we may be able to help change the world soon. All of us are important in this epic endeavor. Like what we learned from our elders, peace matters, and so does our contribution. So we have to always act responsibly and virtuously and help promote peace. Let's make this happen. We are one.
10 articles and 38 clauses of CWPL are the answer to peace. I support the implementation of the CWPL. Congratulations.
A very beautiful document that you initiated 3 years ago, and I wish to assure you that I am personally writing a letter to the President of the Philippines, who I'm sure will support your work for peace, as do others in Asia and around the world. Thank you, Chairman Van Hili, our co-builder of peace in the whole world, under the heavenly blessing of the God of peace. Amen.
To Chairman Manghili, I would like to extend my warm regards and endorsement of your continuing efforts for building peace throughout the world, especially through this declaration of peace and cessation. I think this is a very practical step as the leaders of nations to endorse this through legislation so that it can really be a sustainable peace for peoples. With my best wishes and regards for the movement for peace.
It is in this context that the peace marker that we are unveiling today conveys and underscores the need for justice, so peace can be attainable, enduring and therefore meaningful. On this first note, let me convey again our sincerest compliment to HWPL Chairman Manhili and his delegation for visit our homeland and being with us as we unveil this symbol to peace. So I now declare our confirmation of January 24 as HWPL Day, that's Day of Peace.
Thank you so much, and we would love to hear good news of peace again from you in the future. With the theme, Law of Peace in Heaven and on Earth, we are joined by great speakers representing different sectors who will be expressing their commitment messages towards peace. We will now listen to our peace partners, well known in their field, for today's event. For our first speaker, he is a retired justice of Sandigan Bayan, an anti-graft court of the Philippines. He is a chairman of Philippine National Prayer Breakfast, PNPB, and dean of the College of Law of Philippine Christian University. To present his commitment message, representing the International Law Initiative, let us welcome Justice Raul Victorino.
Greetings to the peace messengers in the Philippines and the whole world. I am honored to be chosen by HWPL to represent one of its core initiatives, the enactment of an international law for peace. I highly appreciate and thank Chairman Lee for putting utmost importance in the legislation that will bring peace and cessation of war among all nations of the world. This is peace on earth. I am convinced that HWPL started a revolutionary move when the law experts were gathered from different corners of the world and created the Declaration of Peace and Cessation of War. Because of this, I am very much inspired and committed. Henceforth, I am putting my dedication, commitment in this pursuit of peace together with HWPL. With my capacity as chairman of Philippine National Prayer Breakfast Foundation and the dean of the College of Law of Philippine Christian University, I will strive to get the support of the President of the Philippines for the national solidarity support of DPCW. At the same time, I will integrate DPCW in the College of Law by collaborating with the Philippine Association of Law Schools. Furthermore, I admire HWPL's Work Office Interfaith Dialogue that is focused on the Scriptures. As the chairman of Philippine National Prayer Breakfast, I will also engage myself in the mission of harmony and unity of religion under the Creator of all creation, the one true God. This is peace in heaven. One way to achieve this is for the religion of different faiths and denominations to enter into partnership in the form of a memorandum of understanding and transcend the boundaries of religion. In all humility, I am reciprocating HWPL's dedication and passion towards peace. The work of peace of HWPL is my work. It is the responsibility of everyone. We can do it. We are one.
HWPL Chairman Manhin Lee and all HWPL officers, members, and peace advocates present in this celebration. Magandang araw sa inyong lahat. I commend HWPL for coming up with the theme, Law of Peace in Heaven and on Earth. Because of this timeliness, and relevance to our general situation as a community of peoples in search of lasting peace and harmony. I'd like to focus on how we can contribute best to the realization of spreading a kind of peace here on earth that is in accord with the law of peace in heaven. Being a peace advocate, I have strongly and consistently supported HWPL's vision of establishing world peace through reunification and cessation of wars and hostilities among peoples and nations. The presence of violence and all forms of armed conflicts that result from greed, differences in ideology, religious views, and political convictions have caused further division and discord among nations and peoples. Given all of this, my commitment to work closely with HWPL has challenged me to initiate two very important things in the Commission on Higher Education. Firstly, in 2019, I initiated in CHED the issuance of CMO number 1. This particular CMO mandated all higher education institutions in the country to introduce to our students the relevance and significance of peace in the nation-to-nation building, development, and international relations. I wanted that every Filipino student renounce war and work for the cessation of hostilities as espoused by HWPL. I wanted them to learn the way to genuine and lasting peace. I wanted every Filipino student to adopt the values of respect, harmony, and solidarity. I wanted them to know the true meaning of peace as I have outlined in my book that says, and I quote, "Peace is not merely the absence of war, oppression, and tension, but the presence of love, justice, development, and respect of one's inalienable rights," unquote. Secondly, in 2021, I convinced CHED to call on President Rodrigo Duterte to declare January 24 as regular holiday, being National Peace Day. The CHED Commission in Bank has issued an endorsement to President Duterte urging him to declare January 24 as National Peace Day that will provide for simultaneous celebration and observance of peace through peace activities, events, and ceremonies by all instrumentalities and agencies of government, including the private sector. This shall also be celebrated and observed in the education sector. These two initiatives I have undertaken, however small, are so significant for me because they can provide our people with a first step of heavenly peace here on earth. The law of peace in heaven is made concrete here on earth when we begin to talk about the removal of discrimination, greed, and conflict in people's lives. It is present when we talk of unity, harmony, sympathy, solidarity, and development. It is felt when we talk about building bridges, networks, friendships, and partnerships. It is tasted when we talk about understanding, helping, collaborating, and sharing. This is how we will make the law of peace in heaven and on earth becomes real for all of us today as we celebrate the 8th anniversary of the January 24 HWPL Peace Day. Thank you, mabuhay, and we are one.
Greetings of peace to everyone. I am Juliet Paras, the Regional Director of the National Capital Region of the Commission on Higher Education, Philippines, representing the academic sector. I am deeply honored to be given this gracious privilege to speak about the most life-giving and light-shining legacy for all time. peace for all and all for peace. As the representative of the academic sector, mine is the utmost challenge for peace advocacy to take a giant leap on the grounds of the academe. The takeoff is in the power of the written word. Academic research writings on the international law of peace, the Declaration of Peace Cessation of War or the DPCW, the World Alliance of Religion for Peace or the WARP offices, and peace education must all take root in all colleges and universities. Then, to progress to the graduate and postgraduate levels. Imperatively, as the reading journey of this journaled academic literature traverses from point to point, the word of peace will translate into the world of peace. The legacy engraved not only in documentary papers, but engraved as well in the hearts of peace-loving populace, the everlasting legacy to future generations. Through HWPL, we in the academic sector shall take this role in putting this legacy of peace into writings published as peace journals. This will become a powerful instrument that can transform the hearts of the people and that will awaken their spirits of peace. Let us engrave HWPL's work of peace in history, from the world of wars to the world of peace. We are one.
Congratulations HWPL and IPYG on celebrating the 8th anniversary of the January 24th Peace Day. I am Alexis Micutuan, the National President of the Youth for Peace and Development Movement Philippines, and I represent the youth sector. I started my professional career in the youth sector in the province of Davao de Oro, and over the years of my personal and professional experience in the youth sector, I was able to see and hear the passion of the youth for peace. However, sometimes, people who wanted violence redirected the passion of my fellow youth towards hostilities. That is why here in Mindanao, we have been fighting against the recruitment of local insurgent and rebel groups, especially among the youth. The potential of our young people is so vast that it can be wrongly used for violent instruments. I was greatly inspired by Chairman Lee when I participated in the 2017 September Global Peace Summit when he addressed the youth and our role in peace building. Because of this, I decided to work together with HWPL and its youth arm, which is the International Peace Youth Group, and starting from this point forward, in collaboration with IPYG, we will try to gather the hearts of every youth in the Philippines, starting in the province of Davao de Oro. We are targeting that by the end of February 2022, we will be able to reach 1,000 youth organization partners in the Philippines. Moreover, I will encourage the religious youth organizations to engage in dialogues and transcend the borders of religion. Lastly, from the youth to all different sectors, for world peace, let us declare, we are one.
Madayaw. Greetings of peace. I am Sholay Lim, the chairperson of Provincial Women Development Council of the province of Davao de Oro and the publicity ambassador of International Women's Peace Group Philippines. As we celebrate the momentous and meaningful 8th anniversary of HWPL Peace Day, I and the people of Davao de Oro would like to extend our heartfelt congratulations to HWPL and to Chairman Lee Manhi. Our commitment to support the ever-growing peace efforts and initiatives of our peers and colleagues in the promotion of peace will continue and will be expanded with the help of our United Women's sector. In fact, as an expression of our commitment, we shall be installing the first ever IWPG Peace Monument across the globe in our beloved province to stand as a marker of our desire for peace and harmony. And on March 8 this year, we shall conduct the ceremonial unveiling of the monument's perspective with the help of our proudly Davao de Oro artists. As a partner of HWPL, we will strongly uphold, campaign, and promote the declaration of peace and cessation of war in our province. And we hope to pass a resolution this year with the help of our legislators and our provincial government to institutionalize this advocacy. I deeply appreciate and fully support HWPL's WARP Office dialogue, especially the consolidation of different religion, denomination, and ethnicities in the form of an MOU in pursuit of unity and harmony of religion under the truth. Therefore, in my own capacity, I will continue to actively participate in our local peace dialogue and efforts, most especially in the geographically isolated and disadvantaged communities, together with our interagency partners in order to uplift their quality of life and bring socio-economic opportunities closer to their homes. We shall spread peace in the grassroots level through the peace lecturer training education and through the voice and passion of our women community leaders. And the support of our local government units, we will stand united for DPCW and harmony and religion. All these for a long-lasting peace in our land. We are one.
It is a great honor and a privilege to represent the media sector in this event, and I am grateful with HWPL for this opportunity. As a person who lives in Mindanao, I can confidently say that we are those who long for peace in the most in the Philippines. I got to understand the true meaning of peace-based and actual scenarios of conflicts, which made me proactively attend activities on how we handle conflicts in terms of peace process. For this ultimate reason, I am more than pleased to know that Chairman Lee of HWPL brought these peace initiatives in the Philippines, starting in Mindanao, using the Mindanao Peace Agreement that happened exactly 8 years ago today, and thus we are celebrating this momentous occasion all over the world. Because of HWPL, the whole world now knows our story, and this will become part of history as an everlasting legacy that will be handed down from generation to generation. That is why I did not hesitate to actively participate in this work of HWPL by spreading this wonderful news in Mindanao. Last July 19, 2021, I covered the unveiling ceremony of 3rd HWPL Peace Monument in Barangay Bagua, Mother Cotabato City. The most beautiful part is the fact that they repurposed their weapon, made it as a part of the Peace Monument. I just noticed that whatever HWPL Peace Monument is erected, that place transforms from a place of conflict to a place of peace. In our pride as a Mindanaoans, that all of HWPL Peace Monuments thus far located in Mindanao. Overall, I am happy about my experience, or shall I say, journey towards peace with HWPL. On behalf of Radyo Bandera and Bandera News TV Cotabato, our gratitude to HWPL for the experience we gained and the trust that he gave us. I am calling to my fellow media practitioners that let us continuously help and support HWPL in spreading peace-centered rules not only in Mindanao but the entire Philippines. I believe everyone will agree with me if I say that HWPL changed the course of the history of Mindanao from war to peace until we achieve the law of peace in heaven and on earth. Let us declare, we are one.
Before we proceed to our next speaker, let's first watch this short video presentation from our HWPL Global Family of Peace. Thank you for singing and dancing with us. Let us now proceed back to the program and to our next speaker.
Mindanao is my birthplace. It is where I grew up. As someone who was born and raised in Mindanao, I deeply appreciate those people who express their heart towards the people of Mindanao. From childhood, I have seen with my own eyes and experienced firsthand the atrocities of wars and conflicts. Being able to witness it firsthand, it made me think that there is no hope in channeling peace with each other, because it is very obvious that people always choose force over peace. Each of us fought for our religion, identity, and beliefs without seeing that we should be meeting halfway, communicating and talking about the possibilities that we can agree on, respect each other and tolerate differences because peace will rise after that. As a result, I myself have been striving hard in bringing peace to my homeland. When I met Chairman Lee and HWPL, I instantly got connected heart to heart, and since 2017, I have been engaged with HWPL in spreading peace in Mindanao. What happened 8 years ago when Chairman Lee visited the Philippines and mediated the Mindanao Peace Agreement? is the main reason why we are here today celebrating the remarkable Peace Day established by HWPL. Now the significance of this January 24th HWPL Peace Day is spreading out in the hearts of every individual around the world. I have been greatly influenced by it a long time ago, and so I am trying to contribute in my own humble way. The Cotabato Green Initiative is working side by side with HWPL in carrying out the advocacy campaigns for declaration of peace and cessation of war, or DPCW. Last year, KGI established HWPL Third Peace Monument in Barangay Bagwamada, Cotabato City, a place where Christian, Muslim, and indigenous peoples communities live together. Before, our place was marked as a place of conflict. Now we have raised the banner of peace that every nation can see. Through this, we aim to inspire everyone that peace is possible. KGI and HWPL will work together with all NGOs in Mindanao and create a collaborative platform in MOU's partnership so that our consolidated efforts will become a significant factor in Mindanao peace process. The 10 articles of DPCW will serve as our guiding principles in carrying out the activities and projects. Moreover, HWPL already established a strong platform for interfaith dialogue through WARP Office. It will be our bandwagon where leaders of different faiths, including religious youth leaders, can drive in growing to the destination of unity and harmony of religion. Peace is never impossible. As I end, I would like to tell everyone to continue work on making the world a more peaceful, a better and safe place for everyone. Let us promise our children a place where they can live freely, be themselves in the community where war and conflict has no place. For the legacy of peace, we are one.
My name is Andy Alcantara, and I am honored to represent the private and business sectors as the life-changing president of the Rotary Club of Manila Metro, RCMM. To begin, on November 24, 2021, RCMM formed a partnership with HWPL. That Memorandum of Understanding serves as our commitment to collaborate with HWPL in achieving peace and the cessation of hostilities beginning in the Philippines. I was able to grasp the significance of today's event, which marks the 8th anniversary of the January 24th HWPL Peace Day. I'd like to thank Chairman Lee for launching this wonderful movement in the Philippines. That is, it has been 80 years since HWPL began to make a difference in the lives of Filipinos. Furthermore, as we can see, today's event is now being watched around the world. We have peace messengers from all over the world with us. It is truly amazing to see how HWPL operates on a global scale. As Rotarians, we have 7 areas of focus, and I would like to set an example as the Rotary Club's life-changing president who made an impact in the area of focus of peace and conflict prevention resolution. I believe HWPL's 3 core initiatives are directly aligned with the Rotary Club. The law for peace through declaration of peace and cessation of war, religious unity through WARP Office Interfaith Dialogue, and peace messengers raised through peace education. I've seen firsthand how peace education is spreading a culture of peace in the Philippines. This type of work necessitates passion, dedication, and heartfelt commitment, prompting me to ask, how can I assist them? How can I contribute to this noble cause? As a result, in collaboration with the Rotary Club of Manila Metro, we will devise strategies to ensure that these beautiful works of peace continue to flourish and reach the next generation. May Rotary clubs and the business sectors have a greater impact on the lives of every student through peace education. Assist in the establishment of peace monuments all over the Philippines, thus in the hearts of every Filipino, and create an atmosphere of peace that will spread throughout the Philippines and the entire world. I support HWPL. We are one.
Hi everyone. everyone, I'm Sam O. I'm the host of the Narrow Door podcast, and it was on my show that I met my awesome friends from HWPL. Very happy to be here. The entertainment industry, whether it's film, television, music, art, or sports, has greatly influenced the formation of cultures and trends in society, and it very much affects our daily lives. Therefore, it is a powerful weapon or tool that can be utilized either way, for the good or for the bad. I think this calls for an urgent action plan for the people in this industry to start moving and utilizing this powerful platform to shape the culture of peace in every individual. With this in mind, I accept the challenge proposed by HWPL to be the voice and image of peace. And I'd also like to engage my colleagues to amplify well-established peace platforms set by HWPL, particularly the Declaration of Peace and Cessation of War, or DPCW, the Warp Office Dialogue, and Peace Education. I'm also calling on fellow influencers, bloggers, and public figures to use their voices to advocate for worthy causes. You have the power and the venue to influence the general public to get involved and support these kinds of initiatives, especially the work of peace. And as we start this work together, we can help one another to finish this race as peace messengers who will leave peace as a legacy for the generations to come. Is there anything better? It's a rhetorical question. There's nothing better. I'm certain that there will be more peace innovations that will be developed in the future, and I'm very excited. So from this point forward, you can count me in. We are one.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Greetings of unity of religion. HWPL has bestowed upon me the task to represent the religious sector, and I wholeheartedly accept it. From the beginning of my journey with HWPL, I am convinced that peace can be achieved in the current status of the religious world. That is why I admire Chairman Lee for his unprecedented idea of the World Alliance of Religions Peace, or WARP, office. Because of his tremendous hard work and efforts, he was able to set up a platform globally for religious leaders to talk, share, discuss, learn and grow together harmoniously and peacefully. Furthermore, my WARP office journey has led me to another great project, the Religious Peace Academy, or RPA. I am blessed enough to be one of the pillars of this RPA, which started first and current only in the Philippines. For almost 80 hours in 20 Saturdays, within the span of 5 months, under extreme circumstances brought by the pandemic, we were able to share, learn, and grow together inside RPA and its deeper meetings. I have seen the most beautiful scenery in my life during the RPA, when the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita, the Bible, and the Quran are freely being shared and taught, while leaders of Hinduism, Christianity, and Islam are actively listening. With this, I have the glimpse that unity of religion under one true God is possible. Thank you, HWPL. It is indeed an eye-opening experience for me. On top of this, my RPA journey brought me and the leaders of our temple to a memorandum of understanding, and is now learning deeply the teachings of God inside the Bible. I firmly believe that all religions should enter into a partnership through the form of MOU. I'm certain that this is what the Supreme God wants, to learn the scriptures, to share it, and become one under one God and truth. Furthermore, we also need the law to maintain peace on earth. If the unity of religion signifies peace in heaven, the unity of the nation signifies peace on earth. I believe DPCW is the answer, and so I fully support DPCW. I will share this great experience with the Hindu community so they too can experience what I have experienced. Not only that, I will transcend the boundaries of religion and reach out to other scriptures as well. I will put my utmost efforts together with HWPL until we achieve peace through the principles of compassion, tolerance, forgiveness, humility, accommodation, equality in spirit, non-violence, and truth. We are one.
I am Pastor Richel. I am a pastor of 2 churches within the city of Escalante, Negros Occidental Province in the Philippines. I have been a pastor for almost 15 years with a burning passion still to discover and understand the amazing mysteries hidden in the Bible. My passion and zeal in faith led me to seek the ultimate will of God, and I believe Jesus himself prayed for this 2,000 years ago, when he said in the Gospel of John, chapter 17, that they may be one, just as God and Jesus are one. But in reality, the body of Christ is divided, and this division created the walls that kept us from becoming one. That is why I was so amazed when Chairman Lee proposed the idea of collaboration through a memorandum of understanding among the religious leaders to study, learn, understand, and grow together in love, harmony, and unity instead of accusing each other at the back. I am speaking in the viewpoint of a Christian pastor, but I believe this applies to everyone who believes in God. After I got to know this, I signed the MOU, and our loving God has blessed me so much to receive the truth through the guidance of the Holy Spirit. Because of this, I commit myself to studying the Bible despite our differences, to address the conflicts and disagreements first within Christianity, and eventually this light that shines from within will emanate to everyone. I firmly believe that God wants us to become one, to bring glory to Him. Therefore, I will do my part to share this to more religious leaders. With our collaborative efforts, we are trying to reach 500 MOU in the Philippines by February. This is our humble contribution to peace as part of the celebration of the January 24th HWPL Peace Day. This is just the beginning. I have so many great and wonderful things to share, and that is why I will continue to spread this to all churches. Once more, happy 8th Peace Day anniversary to HWPL and to everyone. All glory to God in the highest, and may peace prevail on this earth. We are one.
Thank you, Pastor Richel. We are one. Thank you so much for the wonderful messages from our distinguished speakers. We are more excited to see the fruits of our peace this year. At this time, let's all prepare as we listen to the message from the HWPL Chairman, Mr. Lee Man-hee. Chairman Lee, the founder of HWPL, traveled the world 31 times from 2013 to 2019, where he met former and current presidents, senior officials, UN officials, religious leaders, media, NGOs, youth and women's organizations, and more from the education sector. With a round of applause, join me in welcoming Chairman Lee Man-hee.
Greetings to everyone who is joining the 8th anniversary of the January 24th HWPL Peace Day in Mindanao, Philippines. I am Man-hee Lee, Chairman of HWPL from the Republic of Korea. Today marks the 8th anniversary of the January 24th HWPL Peace Day. I am curious how you feel. As for me, I am very happy. We declared this day as the Peace Day and decided to celebrate it. What is our purpose? Our purpose is to bring all people in the world together, to create a world of peace and leave it as a lasting legacy for future generations. For this, the whole world needs to be a family of peace. Also, we need to be messengers of peace. To make this world a peaceful place without wars, let us become messengers of peace. Today will be remembered forever, and many people will deeply appreciate what took place on this day. So let us not forget this day, and let us thank God.
그리고 하나님 앞에 감사합시다. 온 세계에 지구촌 가족들에게도
Let us remind people around the whole world of that emotion, a longing for peace, and the peace day, so they can remember all this forever. We should allow our children to enjoy peace and a world without war, shouldn't we? If we don't, who else would? It is our responsibility, our work to do. While going on 31 tours around the world, the country that I visited the most was the Philippines. That's how deep our relationship is. We met to exchange words and discuss about the future of our global community. For global peace, I have transcended all borders of nationality, ethnicity, and religion. Also, I went to universities and spoke about the need for peace. I'm sure those of you who heard me that day remember. Everyone, we surely need to achieve peace, our purpose. Nothing is greater than this. No legacy is more valuable and better than this. This is well known to all of you too. Everyone in the world, regardless of who they are, should become a messenger of peace. And we should achieve peace. Let us make it happen so that the day of January 24th in Mindanao, Philippines is known to the whole world, so they realize in their hearts what kind of day it really is. Yes, we should. I remember every detail, every moment of that day. We worked very hard. The conflict, which was caused by religion, continued for a long time, but it could not be fully resolved. But 8 years ago today, January 24th, the heavens granted a blessing. What blessing is better than this? Before declaring the Peace Day, monuments were established in many places, and it was to commemorate the occasion. It was a peace monument. Many people will see the monument and learn about the day. They will learn about what we achieve on that day, the precious and joyful work of peace. When peace is achieved, everyone will be free. Freedom is the greatest thing anyone can have. Everyone, we are all protagonists who create peace through this event in Mindanao. let us hold everything deeply in our hearts and minds and pass it down to our future generations so that they can enjoy peace and appreciate it. I have not forgotten about this event. It is etched in my heart. I thank God and pray that peace and this lasting joy will be with all of you. This concludes my message. Thank you very much.
네, 말씀을 여기서 마치겠습니다. 감사합니다. 한 가지 더 있습니다.
There is one last thing. We are one in peace. The whole world is one in peace. Let us shout, we are one with one voice. We are one!
Thank you so much, Chairman Lee, for the inspiring message that we will bring along as we work into achieving the lasting peace that we are hoping for. We will announce this news to the world to remember this historical event. The value of news is its promptness. No matter how significant the news is, it loses its value as time goes by. Therefore, we must become the eyes and ears in our respective countries to promptly report news of today's event. Remember, with hope, we can do all things when we are one. As a sign of unity and vow to a peaceful world, let us join our hearts and voices in singing our closing song. We Are One, which is originally composed by our champion for peace education, Commissioner Dr. Ronald L. Adamat. Let us sing together.
In this world where everyone's divided, where you and I decided to define a boundary, there's a right tree or a real stand.
在这里我和你牵着手，唱唱和平旋律。
We can make this world if we hold on together.
We can share and work. We can make this place better.
Jika kita satu dalam kasih dan harmoni,
We are one big family in tune, with one melody, one forsake, hand in hand we all connect. We soar all, and now we are one.
it's our world. Let's begin to understand. We must protect our land. You and me, let's work in harmony.
Let's rebuild this world, peace and love to one another. No more space for wars. We shall make this place better.
We are one for love. We are one for harmony. We are one big family in truth, with one melody, one for respect, hand in hand we all connect. It's for all, and now we are one.
For we only have one world. Wherever you want, whatever you do,
Let's rebuild this world, peace and love to one another.
no more space for us.
We shall make this place better forever. We are one for love. We are one for harmony. We are one big family
Our beautiful and golden voices sound like the voice of peace. Thank you for singing beautifully. And to remember this very important January 24 Peace Day celebration with you throughout generations, we will have the commemorative photos. We will hold for 10 seconds. All together, at the count of 3, let us pose with the number 1 sign like this and say, "We are one." Ready? 1, 2, 3. We are one. Kindly hold for 10 seconds, please. To all of you, the precious family of Peace and HWPL representatives around the world, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for celebrating with us. Please take care always, and let's always work for peace and be in peace. May peace be with us all. Peace be in the Philippines. Peace be in the whole world. Thank you so much, everyone. May the law of peace of heaven be on earth. Good night.
Okay, so mga kaibigan, napanood nyo, natunghayan nyo po yung ginawang anibersaryo po ng HWPL o ito yung World Peace, no? Kaya kita nyo naman na ito po yung buong mundo na kung saan actually dapat talaga magkaroon ng unity, no? Lahat, hindi lang mga opisyal o tao rito sa ating bansa at hindi lang sa ibang bansa, kundi kinakailangan ay buong mundo, no? Kasi po kapag may unity ang lahat, about do sa kapayapaan, makakamit po natin yan, no? Hindi natin kinakailangan na whatsoever na makakamit po natin lahat yan. Basta't ika nga, manalig ka lang at sumampalataya, makakamit po natin yan. Well, sana po ay nagustuhan nyo yung tinunghay natin at siyempre susunod po natin yung pong ginawang Pandesal Forum dyan po sa Kamuning sa QC kung saan ay pinag-usapan po dito yung economic issues, no? Pinag-usapan yan at gayon din yung race, yung ano ba yung nagagawa, no, ng isang political dynasties, no? Ito yung mga, for example, tumakbo si lolo, tumakbo si tatay, tumakbo si ate, pati asawa. So yan po yung political dynasties na sinasabi, no? At siyempre po nandoon naging mga panelists po doon sa forum na sina Professor Temario Rivera, UP Professor of Political Science, at gayon din si UP Professor Bobby Tuason, Director ng Policy Studies ng CENPEG, no? Yan po, at siyempre nandun din po si Sunny Africa, Executive Director ng Iwon Foundation, at yun po yung mga tinalakay nila, yung economic issues, yung political dynasties, no? So, kayo na po bahala. Tsaka yung yung mga non-partisan issues, no? Kayo na po bahala na magbigay ng inyong opinion dito po sa ginawang forum, sa ginawang forum ng Pandesal Forum para kayo, kung ano opinion nyo, kung ano masasabi nyo, kayo po magbigay ng pahayag. Alas 5:12 na mga kaibigan at tuloy-tuloy tayo. Siguro ko bago tayo magpatuloy dito sa nating ilalabas natin ay magpapakilala na po si Joshua Baltao at muli po kaming magbabalik.
Pinaigting, pinalakas ang bagong news online TV ng bagong milenyo. Millennial Online TV, ang katropa mo sa pagbabalita. Barangay, pangunahing unit ng pamahalaan lokal kung saan dito pinag-uusapan ang bawat sigalot ng mga residente ng bawat barangay. Dito rin pinag-uusapan ng mga piling halal na opisyal na barangay ang mga proyekto para sa kanilang barangay. Kumustahin natin ang panunungkulan ni Kapitan dito sa Dama Barangay sa Millennial Online TV Worldwide, ang katropa ng bawat barangay.
Ating tinatapos ang ating pagpupulong. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pagdalo at
Tapos na po ang ating session. Adjourn na po tayo.
Now,
Talakayin, revisahin, opinyon, halawakin, aksyonan. Kasama si Rosel Lopez, ang inyong katropa. Dito lang sa Millennial Online TV. Ang katropa mo sa pagbabalita. Okay mga kaibigan, nagbabalik po tayo sa ating programa Tropa pa rin, no? Sa ating second episode, no? At sa oras na alas 5:14 po ay siyempre ako pa rin ang inyong kasama, katropa, kajaming, Rosel Lopez. At bago tayo magpatuloy, abay nanonood pa rin sa atin si Tia Imelda Rodina Lopez, dyan po sa Siniluan, Laguna. At siyempre si Tio Edgardo Lopez. At siyempre ating kaibigang katropa na kagawad po ng Barangay Bayan-Bayanan at ating kakiwanyas, si Kagawad Sani Dadad Pineda. Ayan mga kaibigan, tuloy-tuloy tayo. At syempre si Kuya Danigo, ayan, nanonood pa rin sa atin. Tsaka si Bro Enteng Diaz. So mga kaibigan, yung sinabi natin kanina, yung ginawang forum po ng Pandesal Forum dyan sa Kamuning, ay yung tungkol po sa mga economic issues at yung political dynasties, no? Yung political dynasty, siguro naman alam ng karamihan yan, yung angkan-angkan, no? Ika nga, kumbaga sa mga probinsya at lalawigan, tribo-tribo kung tawagin. Nangyari yan, alam ko, dyan sa may Bartim Bicol, ano? Sa may Naga, na kung saan ay mga pamilya rin, pero alam ko, naglabo-labo yan. Yung mga pamilya ngayon, nag-away-away at kung di ako nagkakamali, yung Villa Puerte Clan. Yan ang kadalasan, pero meron namang tinatawag na mga political dynasties na katulad ng Malabon, tumakbo una, si namayapang si Mayor Canuto Tito Oreta, at ang sumunod ay yung kanyang pamangkin na si Lenden Oreta, at ngayon naman ay ang papalit ay yung kanyang kapatid na si Councilor Enzo Oreta. At maging sa Venezuela lang po, no, nagpapalitan lang itong magkakapatid na Gatchalian. So, doon ba tingin nyo may problema pagka tinawag na sinabing political dynasties? No, siguro kung depende. Kapag ka ang namumuno ay hindi maganda palakad at ang papalit yun na naman kamag-anak, yan ang masama sa political dynasties. Pero, kapag nagsimula sa tatay, anak, asawa at maganda naman po ang pamamalakad at maganda ang ginawa sa inyong bayan o lungsod, wala akong masama. No? Kahit sabihin pa natin magkakamag-anak yan. Pero walang masama dahil maganda ang ginagawa at ang ginagawa ay talagang pure na serbisyo publiko. At magandang hapon din sa aking pinsan, si Ate Au Adwana Fernando, dyan din po sa Siniluan, Laguna. Na-play mo ba kanina Diyos may super manok? Ngayon, nag-commercial ka ngayon? Mamaya na lang. Okay, at yun mga kaibigan, at syempre po yung ating kusinera ng bagong milenyo po ay yan po ang sponsor po niya, yung ginagamit nating mantika ay yung pong chicken oil ng super manok lechon, dyan po sa Siniluan, Laguna. Okay, sa mga kaibigan, sa oras na alas 5:17 po ng hapon, Philippine Standard Time, ay panoorin natin at tunghayan ang ginawang Pandesal Forum dyan po sa Quezon City. At syempre, magbigay na kayo ng inyong opinion na ano ba ang masasabi nyo sa political dynasties. No? Ako sa akin kasi, kung halimbawang iisang angkan ang tumatakbo doon sa isang bayan o lungsod, walang problema as long na maganda po ang ginagawa at talaga serbisyo publiko para sa kanyang mga residente, sa kanyang mga constituent. Wala pong pag-uusapan kahit na yung tumakbo yung asawa, nawala, natapos ang termino, tumakbo yung asawa, tumakbo yung kapatid, tumakbo yung anak, wala pong problema doon. Nga lang, kapag ang tumakbo ay walang ginawa sa isang kanyang nasasakupan at ang tatakbo na namang muli ay yung kanyang angka na naman, kaanak, yun po ang tinatawag na hindi maganda. Okay, sa mga kaibigan, tunghayan natin at magbigay na rin kayo ng opinion kung ano ang masasabi nyo. Okay? So mga kaibigan, panoorin natin.
It's a nationalist think tank. We have with us three very outstanding analysts, intellectuals, nationalists, analysts to be speakers and to answer all your questions. I will introduce the three of them, and later on I will call each one to make an opening statement. After their opening statement, we'd like to invite all our media friends to ask their questions. You can message me, text me, or I could call upon you to ask the questions. First, hindi ito according to age or anything. First, I will introduce si Professor Dr. Temi Rivera. He is former chairman of the Political Science Department of the University of the Philippines, one of the top political analysts in the country today. He was educated at University of the Philippines for his AB and master's degrees. Then he earned his doctorate degree from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and he authored the prize-winning book, Ginugol and our research story last night, Landlords and Capitalists, Class, Family, and State in Manufacturing. That was in 1994. Si Dr. Temi Rivera. Ang second speaker natin today, Professor Bobby M. Tuason, one of the top political and geopolitics analysts in the country. He is Director for Policy Studies of the Center for People Empowerment in Governance, or CENPEG. Former chairman also of the Political Science Department, University of the Philippines, Manila. Also, he has been, I don't know kung updated ako research ko, he has been co-author and editor of 15 books, maybe more na, and awarded 6 times as most outstanding faculty at UP Manila. Also, his fields of expertise: foreign policy, international relations, political parties, electoral reforms, governance, corruptions, etc. Last but not the least, we have a very one of the foremost economic analysts in the Philippines, Mr. Sunny Africa, Executive Director of Ibon Foundation. Equally very impressive ang background niya. Itong tatlo, pwede nga mag-senador He is a graduate of Philosophy and Economics, the London School of Economics and Political Science. And then he also earned his master's degree, Development Studies, from the London School of Economics and Political Science. Ibon Foundation, which he heads, is an independent, non-governmental research and information and educational center supporting people's movements. Let us welcome the three of them, starting with Professor Dr. Temi Rivera for his opening statement. Professor, welcome.
Good morning, Wilson and friends and guests of PANDESAL Forum, and of course, CENPEG, since we are co-hosting this event.
Yes.
I need to share a set of slides muna, Wilson. Is that okay?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Yan na ba?
Yes.
Lumabas na?
Lumabas na ang slide niya. Maganda.
Okay. Well, anyway, I only have siguro mga 4 slides ito, so this should take no more than 15 minutes. Well, again, welcome to all our guests and friends. This is a good and parang rare opportunity na rin, because hopefully what we will achieve this morning is a little bit different from the usual electoral shows na nakita na natin.
Yes.
And briefly, we seek to provide a new kind of framework that will hopefully also help us understand better, more comprehensively, the urgent issues that confront all of us, not only for the 2022 May elections, but of course beyond that, no, because we are now facing a multi-dimensional crisis, which would require, we believe, new analysis, new responses, no? And that is the reason why we would like to address some of these issues, no? So let me proceed then with my presentation. Ito, no? As I was saying, napakatindi talaga yung hinaharap nating problema ngayon because there is something new and something different, obviously, about the current situation. Alam na natin ito. We have the confluence of a global pandemic, no? And at the same time, a local governance crisis, no? The local governance crisis, of course, was aggravated by the global pandemic, but it also pre-existed the global pandemic. So that should be made clear, no? And so we start with assessing, evaluating what is new and different about the current situation so that we hopefully can then zero in on the more proper and more adequate responses, no? And as we all know, every 6 years, we are given an opportunity to elect a new president and a set of new national officials, and that is why it is also very crucial that when we exercise our votes in 2022 May, we are guided by a framework, by a set of criteria that hopefully will enable us to choose the best candidates, although admittedly, as will also be very obvious in later discussions, limitado rin yung mga choices natin, no? Unfortunately, no? Okay. So let me start then with an overall framework muna before we zero in on more specific policy issues and developmental goals, no? Ayaw mag-respond, Wilson, bakit?
Ay, yun na, slide. Okay na.
Yung next, ayan, yan. Okay, as I was saying, I would like to share an overall framework for what I believe are the key factors in pursuing and implementing effective democratic good governance. Now, these key factors have been the result of several studies, comprehensive comparative studies in different societies, in different political systems, democratic as well as non-democratic systems, at lumalabas na ito talaga yung crucial, no? In any kind of situation, political or social situation. As you can see, tatlo itong major factors. The nature of the leadership, the nature of the institutions in place, and the level of social cohesion and support, no? Again, briefly, pasadahan natin itong mga konsepto na ito. Leadership, of course, is very crucial in any governance process because the leaders, whether they are elected or put in place by some other process, play a major role in identifying and prioritizing the development goals of their society, but at the same time also seeing to it that the needed human and material resources are properly and adequately mobilized, no? Kaya nga here I make a distinction between so-called strategic and transformative leaders as against yung short-term and transactional. Strategic and transformative leaders are those who both have clear visions and goals and programs and platforms. But kaya nga transformative and strategic. Strategic in this context also means na dapat malinaw din yung pagbalanse mo ng goals and given human and material resources, no? Because you may have very soaring, desirable goals and objectives, but if the leadership fails to mobilize, to put into place, to activate the necessary material and human resources, wala ring mangyayari, no? Magiging visionary ka lang, no? Yung mga, unfortunately, in most societies, hindi lang naman sa atin, most leaders are guided by very short-term and transactional interest. In our case, to put it very bluntly, yung mga politicians natin, ang main interest naman, manalo sa election, hindi ba? Manalo sa election and they will do everything to do that. Secondary, if at all, yung mga tinatawag nating transformative goals, strategic goals, no? So yun yung unang factor na kailangan natin makita sa mga mga kandidato natin, and even for non-candidates, of course, no? Pangalawa, strong institutions. Teka, balik tayo sa earlier slide. Hindi pa tapos yung yan. The second would be strong institutions. Now, again, very simply put, institutions would cover two things. The rules in place, both the formal rules as well as informal rules na rin in place, whether these are stable, predictable, whether they are properly enforced, and kasama na rin dyan yung capacity or the capability of state and private organizations to implement goals, objectives, as well as the rules in place, no? And as we can see, kailangan magkakabit yan because you may have a very good leader, halimbawa, pero kung mahina yung institutions in place, most likely helpless siya, no? So dapat may malakas na kombinasyon diyan. You have a transformative strategic leader who is also supported by strong institutions, or kung mahina man yung institutions in place, who deliberately, of course, tries to strengthen those weak institutions, whether these are formal state institutions or yung mga institutions like political parties, halimbawa, or even in the case of civil society, NGOs, business organizations, no? Magkakawing lahat yung mga yan. And the third, dito na papasok yung role naman ng taong bayan, no? The level of social cohesion and support. And as we all know, in many societies, even in so-called democratic societies, no, mahina ito yung level of social cohesion and support, again for many reasons, no? Pwedeng malaki ang distrust sa leadership and institutions, pwedeng matindi yung political fragmentation, differences, divisions, can be class divisions or other bases of decisions, no? And napaka-importante nito because especially in ensuring accountability and transparency, if you cannot adequately rely on the leadership or even the institutions, kailangan may push kumbaga from below, no? Diyan papasok ang role naman ng people's participation in governance. Ideally at all levels, starting of course with the local government units sa barangay, all the way to the national state institutions and agencies. So in short, when we scrutinize our candidates and our leaders, we hopefully can try to place them within the context of these important factors for good governance, no? The intermessing, the linkages of leadership, the institutions you have in place, and the level of social cohesion and support, no? Again, I cannot go into a lot of details. Pwede namang tanungin later sa open forum, no? But at least nailatag ko na itong broad framework na ito, no? And so from here, we try now to examine more specific developmental goals and policy issues in the context of what is happening both in the world and in our own society today, and in the context of this overall framework that I have just briefly explained, no? Sige, next slide, please. Yung next slide natin. Ayan. Again, this enumeration by no means is comprehensive, no? Marami pa ang pwede nating isama dito, but what I included would be about 6 or 7 major policy clusters, kumbaga nga, kung ika nga, no? And as I said, yung mga hindi na pasama dito, pwede rin natin pasadahan mamaya sa Q&A, no? Now, the overall developmental reorientation that I would like to see concerns the nature of the public institutions of governance, no? Kasi all over the world, nakita natin na kung mahina yung public institutions of governance mo, especially in the face of a pandemic, no, that requires a multidimensional response to the crisis, talagang babagsak, no, yung mga responses na yan, no? Nakita na natin ito sa larangan ng health, ng education, ng economic recovery and development, and again, as I said, I cannot go into a lot of details, but very briefly, institutions of public governance in health. Anong nangyari sa DOH and PhilHealth natin halimbawa, no? Education, DepEd, other critical public services like DSWD. Hindi ba lumabas lahat ang mga kakulangan ng mga ito, no? Partly because of the nature of the leadership in place, partly because of the strong institution, of the weak institutions, unfortunately, and also partly dahil they were unable to provide the kind of support that would have merited stronger support from the people themselves. Naging confrontational pa nga, no? So, yung economic recovery and development, as you know, is a key aspect of this. Sunny Africa will deal with that later. So, hindi na rin ako magdidetalye niyan. Pero alam na natin yung kahalagahan ng mga ito, no? Kasi for a long time, nasira yung balance talaga ng public institutions and private institutions. Nang ibabaw yung private institutions at the expense of public institutions. Moreover, as we now also know, dahil mahina nga itong public institutions to begin with, katakot-takot na problema ang nangyari, no? Which now leads me to the second major issue that we need to address, corruption. In fairness, I think lahat naman ng mga candidates natin for the presidency are sensitive to corruption, except I think for one candidate, no? Again, very briefly, yung corruption, this is not new, of course. Matagal na nating problema na ito. Is a classic problem, yung talagang failure ng leadership, weak state capacity, and poor accountability of government agencies and officials. Massive leakages of resources. If I remember correctly, there was one study, in fact, ombudsman nga yata galing yung study nyo, estimate nila hundreds of billions every year ang nawawala sa corruption lang. Idagdag mo pa dyan yung mga pondo, public funds na nawawala sa unspent allocations. May allocations nga, hindi naman nagagastos, hindi naman napupunta sa dapat paggastusan yung mga pinaglaanan ng mga pondo na ito. So that is a major problem, obviously, we need to address, no? Pangatlo, the problem of civil and political rights. Again, we've all seen this in varying degrees. Nandyan na yung, especially during the last 5 years under this administration, napakatingkad itong mga lumabas na problema na ito, no? Alam na natin yung mga massive systematic human rights abuses, as seen for instance in the EJ case. Nandyan pa yung anti-terror law na ipinasa last year. Nandyan yung NTF-ELCAC. And kaya nga napaka-importante yung both yung investigations. Hindi lamang ng mga local bodies natin, which unfortunately, to begin with, are already weak and compromised. Kaya nga, pumapasok yung isang international body like the ICC. No? So that is the third cluster of policy issues we need to address. Fourth, can we move on with the next slide, please? Yung next slide natin. Ayan. I think this is my last set of slides. So matatapos tayo. Political and electoral reforms. Again, marami ito. No? Binanggit ko na lang itong mga pinakamatingkad na kailangan harapin. Alam na natin, no? Matagal ng problema ng domination by political families of our electoral system. Bobby Tuazon will focus on this a little later, kaya hindi ko na didetalyahin. We have a very weak party system. So dapat, for once, magkaroon na tayo ng mga specific measures to strengthen our very weakly institutionalized party system. Very briefly, yung mga palaging ginagawang modelo ng mga successful leaders, and I think in our region, ang palaging nababanggit dyan, yung kaso ng Singapore, no? Lee Kuan Yew, very strong, effective leader. But people forget na kaya successful din si Lee Kuan Yew because there has been a very strong party system in place na umaagapay sa kanya, no? Not to mention the other strong state institutions, no? Kasama na rin yung papasadahan dapat ng sinumang mananalo yung patuloy na problema ng AES natin, yung automated election system. Again, we can go into details later, but very briefly, since 2010, nung lumabas na yung automated election system, patuloy yung mga, hindi lang technical problems, but it's probably more improper understanding of the nature of the electoral process that where accountability and transparency are extremely required, because that is the minimum requirement for any political system claiming to be democratic, no? And we might also be able to address a few constitutional amendments, no? Political, kasama na dyan yung, just to mention one example, we have this ridiculous a practice of electing a president and a vice president separately, no? One simple amendment will need to be addressed, and that is we need to vote for a common ticket. And we already know the reasons for that, no? That will also help strengthen the weak party system. Again, environmental, teka, anong nangyari? Can we go back to the last slide again? Lapit na tayong matapos. Yan, environmental health and disaster resilience. Alam na rin natin yung mga kailangang harapin dito, no? It's high time, matagal na dapat na ginawa ito, shift to renewable clean forms of energy. Mayaman tayo sa solar energy, water energy, wind energy. Hindi pa fully tapped itong mga ito, no? Mining issues, bumabalik uli itong mga matitinding problema natin because of the liberalization once again of mining practices, no? Sustainable disaster responses, no? Patuloy-tuloy na ito. Every year alam naman natin, no? We are always hit by some of the worst natural disasters. But again, wala namang long-term planning na nangyayari para ma-anticipate and maging manageable itong mga disaster responses natin, no? Strengthening local governance. Now, I mentioned this because there is a very important development, as you all know, na posibleng magkaroon ng napakalaking impact sa local governance. And I'm referring to the recent, last year yata nangyari ito, no? Yung Supreme Court mandamus ruling which would consolidate all income and all revenues and taxes by the government. Hindi na lang yung hindi na lang yung isasama yung revenues and taxes natin from other sources like customs, excise taxes na hindi kasama dati sa paghahati, no? Between the national government and the local government. 60-40, yung magiging base na pupunta sa local governance ay will be significantly increased because of this mandamus ruling, no? But if, as we know, karamihan ng mga local government units are ill-prepared to handle this new largesse, ika nga, wala rin mangyayari, no? Baka mapunta din yan sa corruption or unspent or spent for hindi naman yung mga priority concerns ng taong bayan. Kaya again, dapat malinaw dyan yung pag-assert din ng people participation in local development councils, which by the way, is already provided in the local government code natin ngayon, no? Hindi nga lamang na ipapatupad strictly in most LGUs. We need to resume once again the peace negotiations with the NDF, CPP, and PA instead of trying to address this with laws like the anti-terror law or even worse, the NTF-LCAC. Ultimately, it will only be, I believe, a successfully negotiated peace negotiation, peace agreement, no? That will provide the foundations for resolving this armed conflict, no? And finally, punta naman tayo sa foreign policy, and as we know, napakahalagang aspeto rin ito ng governance natin, especially in light of the West Philippine Sea problem. How do we flesh out a workable independent foreign policy? Palagi nating sinasabi yan, independent foreign policy, but we lack the kinds of details that are needed to really put it into place. Yung workable, hindi lang yung inaasam-asam na hindi mahirap naman mangyari in light of our relations with the major powers in the region, particularly China, the US, and the others. And to find a reasonable, mutually acceptable solution to the West Philippine Sea problem. Again, madugo talaga ito. And yung mga candidates for presidential candidates have already come out with their positions. I only have two concerns here. One, we must see to it that any kind of response to the West Philippine Sea problem will not aggravate, will not lead to conflict that could explode into an armed encounter. Kasi walang mananalo dyan kung mangyari yan. No? And pangalawa, we should be more innovative in working out diplomatic solutions to the problem. No? Na I think na hindi pa fully pursued up to now. So I will end my discussion there and look forward to the open forum. Maraming salamat. No?
Thank you very much to CENPEG Chairman Professor Dr. Temi Rivera for your very interesting issues discussed, which our election should hopefully address to the candidates. Next, for the opening statement of our next speaker, Professor Bobby M. Tuason, Director for Policy Studies, Center for People Empowerment in Governance, CENPEG. Welcome, Professor Bobby Tuason.
Thank you, Wilson. Let me begin in saying that the coming May 2022 elections will further entrench the country's ruling political dynasties. While, on the other hand, the Filipino people will continue to be marginalized from exercising their democratic rights to governance. Once again, we will see familiar faces and the same political dynasties, not only in Malacanang, but also in Congress and in the provinces. In the Philippine Senate, of the leading 12 leading candidates based on latest public surveys, 8 are members of political dynasties. Assuming that they will win, 3 of the 8 leading candidates represent 3 political families who will have 2 members each in the next Senate or in the 19th Congress. They are former Vice President Jejomar Binay, assuming that he wins, former Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, and former Public Works Secretary Mark Villar. The 3 will join incumbent Senators Nancy Binay, daughter of Jejomar Binay, Pia Cayetano, sister of Alan Peter, and Cynthia Villar, the mother of Mark Villar. Now, it should be noted that an overwhelming majority of the country's 81 provinces are ruled by political families, with each province having at least 2 political families. Now, each province dominated by 2 political families. The gubernatorial position, for instance, in the 10 vote-rich provinces, is contested by several long-time political families, and they include Marcos, I think the son of Bongbong, running for governor. And then there is Fariñas, Singson, Espino, Guico, C. Alvarado, Remulla, Villafuerte, Andaya, Garcia, Durano, Teves, Petilla, Cerillas, Unabia, Uy, Cagas, and Rama. So among the country's local political families, the Singsons of the Ilocos Sur province, who have Chinese lineage, are considered the oldest, with roots dating back to the 1830s. The Petillas of Leyte and Iloilo, on the other hand, have the most number of intra-clan political families occupying posts not only in the provincial and city municipal levels, but also in Congress. And this is just one political clan. These clans exemplify political clans who have expanded vertically and horizontally. Now, a study made in 2012 estimated that 40% of all provinces in the Philippines have a provincial governor and congressman that are related in some way. A separate 2014 study indicated that some 50 to 70% of all politicians are involved or associated in a political dynasty within the Philippines, including local government units. The same study concluded that about 70% of all jurisdiction-based legislators in one Congress are involved in a political dynasty, with 40% of them having ties to legislators who belong to as far as 3 Congresses prior. Based on the 2019 midterm election results, there are at least 163 political families whose winning members include senators, congressmen, or governors serving at the same time as relatives and other local positions. This shows how extensive vertically and horizontally political families have become at present times. Of the total number of political families nationwide, 88 are in Luzon, 29 in the Visayas, 44 in Mindanao, and 2 families in separate island groups. Furthermore, 44, or rather 14 of 24 senators, or 60% in Congress, belong to powerful clans, while in the House, 162 or 51% of 300 representatives do also, indicating that about half of members come from political families. Of the 14 senators, 5 are from Metro Manila, namely Villar, Cynthia Villar, Nancy Binay, Pia Cayetano, Senate President Vicente Soto III, and Sherwin Gatchalian. Outside those in the NCR, 6 senators are from Luzon, Aimee Marcos, Ilocos Norte, Juan Edgardo Angara or Sani Angara from Aurora, Joel Villanueva from Bulacan, Ralph Rector from Batangas, Ramon Revilla from Cavite, and Francis Tolentino also from Cavite. Senators Juan Miguel Zubiri of Bukidnon and Manny Pacquiao of Sarangani represent Mindanao. As of 2019 polls, no member of any political clan from the Visayas is in the Senate. Meanwhile, of the 162 members of political families in the House of Representatives, 89 are from Luzon, including Metro Manila, 27 from the Visayas, and 46 from Mindanao. There is a strong correlation between having political dynasties and poverty. In our own research in 2015, we learned that there is a strong correlation between low human development index, meaning to say low income, low health, and low education, and a singularly dominant political family in a province. This correlation is strongest in small island provinces dominated by a single political family, with only Batanes province as the exception. This negative outcome is further worsened when these small island provinces are geographically distant or have no easy access to established centers of trade and commerce such as big urbanized cities. Let me wrap up my presentation. Now, what are the implications of these conditions? This only shows that elections in the Philippines are not a level playing field. We should realize that. The results are decided by political dynasties, meaning to say, a dynastic candidate has a bigger chance of winning compared to a non-dynastic candidate. And this has been proven in several studies. Number 2, elections only serve to perpetuate power held by political dynasties. We are familiar with this. We know that. because majority of politicians, candidates only want to preserve power. It is very rare to determine who among them are really serious in coming up with platforms and programs, and upon winning, have the determination to pursue those platforms. That is very rare. Number 3, elections continue to be a race among political personalities and not on programs, issues, and platforms. This is because of the weak political party system, where political parties, be it Nationalista, Liberal Party, PDP Laban, or whatever, only serve as campaign machineries led by personalities during elections. Yun lamang. Pagkatapos ng election po, narinig ba natin yung mga political parties? Do they vote in Congress as a political party? So finally, we need to probably conduct some doable reforms in the short term. We should, first of all, strengthen the political party system, and number 2, enforce the constitutional provision regarding the prohibition of political dynasties. These are short term, but I think also these are very challenging reforms. But we should at least start with the first step. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senpeg, Director for Policy Studies, Professor Bobby Tuason, for your very interesting analysis on politics, political dynasties, and the weak political parties in the Philippines. Last but not the least, for the opening statement, then later on we'll invite everyone for question and answer. We'd like to invite Sunny Africa, Mr. Sunny Africa, Executive Director of Ibon Foundation, for his opening statement.
Okay po. Magandang umaga sa lahat. Akala ko short opening statements lang, so I think I'll follow na lang the lead of my seniors. Pwede po mag-share ng screen?
Yes.
It actually might help din po. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sige. Thank you. Actually, I'll just pick up from what Sir Temi said about it's useful to approach the elections not from the usual framework. And of course, for Ibon Foundation, our bias is not to approach the elections from the usual economic framework. We want to sort of give more detail to why we believe that our limited choices are real and will be problematic for the country. So I'm just flashing right now. It's the chart of the structure of the Philippine economy since the 1940s. And you'll notice a decline in the middle of the chart. Again, I won't go into the detail, but I think the important point to stress is that when we'll be sharing, even in our board talk this afternoon, we'll be sharing our assessment of the platforms of the different candidates. But we want to sort of lead now with a conclusion that the comprehensive reforms needed to correct all the structural problems from 4 decades of globalization are not going to be in the next administration. We believe there's a big problem because the basic attitude is to implement the same policies with greater competence, more efficiency, less corruption. But these are secondary because the deeper problem is in the nature of the policies themselves. The reason I'm flashing this slide is to stress, I think, a very important point. Because the neoliberal policy reforms, the market reforms, liberalization, deregulation, privatization, they did not deliver as promised. The Philippines, until the late 1970s, was a poorly diversified economy with high unemployment, mostly low productivity, low-paid, low-earning jobs, mainly primary labor-intensive goods exports, and very backward agriculture and industry. After 40 years, that's a very long time, the Philippines remains a poorly diversified economy, informal jobs, high unemployment, with a difference, more over-reliance on overseas work, still mainly primary labor-intensive goods exports, even if we add the additional labor-intensive business process outsourcing investments in the last 2 decades. Even though we had a huge expansion in foreign investment over the past 4 decades, we are not seeing the structural reforms, meaning stronger agriculture and especially a stronger industrial economy. And this did not change under President Duterte. In fact, manufacturing is now the smallest share of GDP since the 1950s, and agriculture is the smallest in its entire history. Now, that structural context is quite important because that explains the very poor social indicators we have. Development isn't just about growth. It's not about foreign investment. It's not about exports. Growth, investment, exports, they're means to development ends. The real ends of development, are there enough jobs? Are there high enough incomes? Are there less poor people in the country? People can ask for the details, but what we do want to stress is after those 4 decades of globalization, where we saw a constant decline of manufacturing agriculture, what we have now is very high unemployment. And what we always keep stressing is that the unemployment figures being reported by the government are underestimates because of a change in definition in 2005. So for public policy purposes, it makes much more sense to use the same definition over that period to see if there are improvements. And if you look at the same definition, the real unemployment now is actually not 4.5 million in 2020 as reported by the government. The real unemployment rate is 8.2 million. We have to add there, even among those employed, the huge part of that is actually in informal work. About 40%, 4 out of 10 jobs are in informal self-employment or family, farm, or business work. Maybe another 12 million are in informal enterprises. Again, highlighting that there is not that structural change, which explains why we have so much poverty in the country. Official poverty figures are very underestimated in using just a 79 peso per person per day measure. But if you look at self-rated poverty surveys by SWS, maybe 8 out of 10 Filipinos are either poor or borderline poor, supported by a recent Bangko Sentral survey showing that over 7 out of 10 Filipino families don't have any savings at all. So the sort of the trend over the decades, but also worsening under the Duterte administration, and especially with the pandemic. My last portion is sort of to give a quick flavor of our assessment of the different platforms of the candidates. We went through all the candidates, their websites, their releases. We contacted them. So we have quite confidence with our conclusions. Our basic conclusion is it may be possible to see some small improvements in specific sectors or subsets of economic policies. All the candidates are taking off from what people perceive now are the problems. So everyone speaks of more support for health frontliners. Everyone speaks of increasing the budget for health and education. Every candidate talks about supporting MSMEs. Every candidate talks about supporting agriculture and fisheries, sometimes even food security. All the candidates kind of express concern for environmental issues, but with a suspicious stress on renewable energy, which is globally a new frontier for privatization and profit making. Most of the candidates speak of increased infrastructure investments, maybe some with some tweaking for realigning projects outside of Metro Manila and outside of transport infrastructure. And of course, only a few candidates speak of any major tax changes or tax reforms. I went through those very briefly just to stress that even taking all of those things into consideration, even assuming that the candidates deliver on their promises, whatever gains will happen there will be very, very bounded in specific sectors or small subsets of economic policy. We believe the fundamental problem is that none of the candidates have said anything about breaking that 4-decade-long inertia in neoliberal policymaking. No one talks about a large fiscal stimulus to spur recovery. No one has new ideas for addressing persistent agricultural industrial backwardness, or especially talking about addressing structural income and wealth inequalities. Two things very striking for us. None of the candidates speak of national industrialization. It's alluded to in a bit by socialist candidate Caldorio de Guzman. None of the platforms assert that foreign investment has to be regulated to ensure development benefits. On the contrary, most of the candidates speak of foreign investment as if it's an end in itself, and they want to bend over backwards to attract foreign investment in a race to the bottom with other ASEAN countries. And I think it's so important to stress that in terms of our limited choices, again, with the outlier of Lodi de Guzman, but among all the leading candidates, they collectively constitute a very conservative, market-friendly agenda, which will continue the trajectory of economic decline over the last 4 years. Well, I think Sir Temi, Prof. Sir Bobby have already mentioned, the real reforms needed to correct so many economic and political problems will, I think, be absent from the administration's next policy agenda. So I just want to sort of conclude with a little bit of a tidbit. I think apart from the problem of political dynasties, we also have a problem with this increasing intersection of political and economic power. For us, it's very striking that 3 of the 10 richest Filipinos are also behind 5 of the biggest political parties, which are a fixture in national politics. It's also very striking that if you look at the senatorial platforms of all the main presidential candidates, there's such a huge overlap, not just across parties because party systems don't mean anything, but also in terms of the economic positions. And I think that homogeneity across all the major senatorial candidates, the reason it's so easy to distribute them across different presidential, vice presidential tandems is because they fundamentally uphold the same sort of pro-elite, pro-foreign investment, anti-industrialization, anti-democratic reform agenda. Yun lang po. I apologize if it was a bit too long. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sani Africa, for your very interesting, enlightening analysis of our socio-economic situation and the challenges our presidential and other candidates should hopefully address. Thank you very much. We'd like to ask our media friends to ask questions. Sabi ni Mr. Howie Severino, very concise and clear your presentations. Thank you very much.
Teacher kasi Howie no high school in terms of disclosure. So thank you, Sir Howie.
Estudyante mo, classmate mo.
Yes po, siya nagdala sa akin sa kalsada noong 1986.
Wow. Naging magaling na teacher din yan.
Ang galing na teacher niyan.
Thank you very much to everyone for the opening statements of Professor Temi Rivera, Professor Bobby Tuason, and Professor Sani Africa. May question tayo dito from Miss Barbara May Dakanay of Gulf News. Can we invite her to ask directly? Is she okay to ask question directly? Kung di pa, the first question people are asking, how do you, somebody texted here, how do you assess the race, the presidential race up to this point? It is still not yet start of official campaign period. How do you assess the candidates and what should they do to change the dynamics? Is it insurmountable already? Somebody asking, because in the last 30 years yata, there was only one front runner that won. It was T.R.O.P.A yata Estrada. All the other front runners changed. They did not win eventually. So what do you think of this situation now of the front runner, quite formidable lead, and with the sitting president with still high popularity, possibly aligning with him or not? What is the doubt? Any one of you, the 3 of you, could comment now.
Well,
next, Mr. Howie Severino, I will ask the next question.
Yeah, teka, nagdulo ko itong, yeah. Well, we have February, March, April. So in effect, 3 more months.
Yes.
You are right. If we just rely on surveys, We also have a historical record of survey showing that yung mga front runners in the first few months are not necessarily the winners, no? Posibleng ang si ERAP lang ang exception diyan, no? But I think the interesting question is dahil napakalaki nga yung lead ni Marcos Jr., what are the chances na magbabago pa ito, no? Well, marami pa ring factors, I think. One very interesting case is, up to now, President Duterte has not endorsed Bongbong Marcos. No? So the one big question is, suppose President Duterte endorses somebody else. What will be the impact of that? Tiyak magkakaroon ng impact yan, no? Kung hindi niya i-endorse si Marcos and if he endorses somebody else. That's one possible factor na hindi pa natin nakikita. Pangalawa, yung ongoing cancellation or disqualification cases, no? Bagamat meron ng position yung yung isang committee ng COMELEC, but there are still undecided cases na pwedeng magbago, no? Yung nakaharap halimbawa sa committee ni Commissioner Guanzon, I think is due for resolution also very soon, no? What I find interesting politically in these cases is not so much the legal aspect, but the political impact, no? Because the more na nadidiscuss yung cancellation disqualification cases, the more na nalalantad yung mga maraming unresolved questions about the candidacy of Marcos Jr., no? So crucial din dyan yung public discussion na mangyayari, no? Pangatlo, yung impact ng social media. Again, we also know na we cannot rely on online surveys, no? Because it is easily manipulated, yung mga online surveys na yan, no? Kaya pag may lumalabas na online survey, wag na lang natin atupagin yan. Yung mga surveys that use face-to-face randomized sampling methodology, yun yung mas credible and reliable, no? And another factor siguro yung initiative din mismo ng mga other candidates. And I understand that, for instance, in the case of Leni Robredo, the unknown interesting factor there is yung tinatawag niyang volunteerism, no? Yung volunteer campaign niya, no? Ano ang magiging impact niyan pag gumulong na fully yan, no? Kasi yung mga surveys have not yet fully captured the impact of that, no? So in short, in the next 3 months, we can still expect important changes, no?
Thank you. What about the two other panelists? Would you like to comment about the current situation? Then next we'll invite Howie Severino to ask his question. Maybe a short comment from the two other panelists about the current presidential race. How do you see it?
It's too early to say. It's too early to say. So I agree with Professor Temi with regard to his prognosis. Too early to say. However, I lament the fact that in the social media statements, interviews, talk shows, most of the presidential candidates do not talk about issues. They don't talk about issues. And they're not helping in any way to help enlighten the voters to be able to determine to come out with the wise decision on who on whom will they vote. It's very unfortunate, but of course, there is always a positive note on this, that hopefully the more things come out the same way as in previous elections, and the more problems of the nation, of the country, are become more visible and more palpable to the people, these conditions will help us chart the path toward more concrete solution to the problems that the country continues to face. I mean to say, to be able to address the economic issues that were propounded upon by Sunny Africa, we need, first of all, credible political solutions, the structural transformations that the country needs right now. And that should start with terminating or dismantling the power of the political dynasties in the country, to allow more Filipinos who are competent to govern, to serve the people, be able to compete in a fair level playing field in the election.
Thank you, Professor Bobby. What about Mr. Sunny Africa? Maybe you have a comment on the current race right now?
Actually, just a quick comment.
Yes.
I think the reality is, I think it is true that practically speaking, we're talking about the Marcos lead. Of course, he does have a hardcore base of supporters, but I think 2 points I want to raise. One, I don't want to underestimate the capacity for maneuvering and dirty tactics and counter campaigns by our different political factions. I don't think any of the contenders are sitting on their butts just waiting for a Marcos presidency. So I think they're going to be maneuvering very hard through various legal means, propaganda means, and all sorts of other means to try to bring down former Senator Marcos's votes. But also a second point, I think it's really a reality that a lot of our voters are, I don't want to look down on them, but they're being manipulated, I think, with much cynicism by a lot of our candidates. Of course, the front runner in terms of manipulating voters' perceptions is President Marcos. But I would also like to think that that can be very volatile. So I think with the right kind of maneuvering or counter maneuvering by the other presidential contenders, I think despite the hardcore base of President Marcos, because his voting preference right now, I think a lot of it is still based on perception. That perception can still change, I think, in the coming months.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sunny Africa, Professor Bobby Poisson, and Professor Temi Rivera. We'd like to invite Mr. Howie Severino to ask his interesting question. Can we invite him with a video? Mr. Howie Severino.
Hi. Hello, Wilson. Hi.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, akala ko pwede magtanong kahit sa chat.
Maganda makita ka ng professor mo.
Nakasando lang kasi ako. And just a quick aside, I'm not taking any credit for Sunny's genius, no? I know we're trying to be realistic here, no, but I couldn't help but be a little depressed by the presentations. No, mukhang parang ang napaka-dark ng ating prospects as a country, and of course, elections are supposed to give people hope, maybe hope for some kind of renewal, but all the trends that we're seeing, both political and economic, not just in terms of the presidential race, but as the analysis showed, even down to the senatorial, the House, and the local governments, all the trends seem to be you know, in the opposite direction of something that would be, you know, favorable for the country's future. No? So, ano ba, what's the best case scenario? I mean, give us reason to hope naman. Should our prospects be that dark? I mean, what can we do? What can people do in general? No, you know, I'm not speaking just for media, no, but in terms of the people listening and ordinary people, after listening to your presentations, it seems parang kulang tayo sa hope. Eh. Is there any hope that you can inject into the conversation?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. Certainly in any kind of assessment, palagi namang dapat i-balance yung positive and negative factors, no? We might have overly emphasized the what you call the depressing factors, but I agree with you. Meron namang meron namang bright side. And I can think of one very interesting, very crucial development that took place. Remember the case of the community pantries, no? What somebody, an individual like Patricia Non, who, by the way, has been selected as co-selected with Hidilyn Diaz as People of the Year by Philippine Daily Inquirer. Very well-deserved award, I think. No, so may mga ganong initiatives, but again, we must also be realistic that those kinds of initiatives, unfortunately, also tend to invite repression from concerned authorities. Hindi ba ni-red tag siya? And not to mention the fact na limited din yung magagawa nila. They can inspire initiatives, but to the extent that they are facing structural problems, they can only do so much. But the important thing there is, I think, as shown by the community pantries, hindi nawawala ang initiative ng taong bayan. No? So you can imagine if you have a government administration that welcomes these kinds of initiatives, no, imbes na nire-red tag, no. Pangalawa, again, I know that bagamat hindi mo directly sinabi ito, but siguro among the candidates, there is also somebody, no, while cognizant of her own limitations, there is one candidate who also stands out in terms of at least two things. No, meron siyang, I think, among the candidates, track record of working with poor families and poor communities. No, you know whom I'm referring to. No, yung work niya sa mga laylayan, yun ang term niya. And moreover, again, in fairness, among the candidates, wala rin siyang matatawag nating very compromising links with the impunity and the atrocities and abuses na nangyari under this administration. No? In other words, assuming that if you have a candidate that approximates that kind of posture, baka naman well, kung hindi man significant, at least possible alternative direction na mangyari, no? So but I think our point here, if we tended to overemphasize yung dark side of life, is also to arm us, I think, no, to equip us with these hard realities, with a knowledge of these hard realities, so that we don't underestimate these problems, and hopefully we can search for proper responses, no matter how difficult these are. No. Anyway, sige, yun lang yung observation ko.
Professor Bobby and Sunny. Thank you,
Okay,
Professor.
quick lang. Let me add that we have been talking about structural reforms for years, and many of us agree that the country really needs structural reforms. To me, the structural reforms that can bring about some hope of transformation is to pursue the peace talks. The next administration should pursue the peace talks with the CPP, NPA, NDF, which was scuttled unilaterally by the Duterte regime, and which, after that, launched brutal counterinsurgency operation, including legal personalities. So this is a challenge to the next administration. If we're looking for any hope, I think we can have a glimmer of hope if we pursue this peace talks with the left. Why I'm saying this is that because the agenda there is quite comprehensive. It talks about political reform. It talks about socio-economic reform. It talks about how to bring about a cessation of hostilities. And it was very promising, despite the fact that the peace talks had been going on since 1987. It fell, it collapsed only during the time of Duterte administration for its lack of vision and for its lack of sincerity in bringing about a pro-people agenda. So I pose that as a challenge to whoever will be the next president. CENPEC, on its part, will pursue this solution. We have been coming out with policy recommendations to previous administrations, including the Duterte administration, much to our frustration, much to our disappointment.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Wilson.
Thank you. Mr. Sandy Africa, your reply to your outstanding student.
First, I'm bothered that Howie's hair is darker than mine, so I'm a bit I'm thrown off here. I think things seem dark because we're looking at May 2022, tapos we seem so bounded by the parameters of the game na in particular, of course, this parang seeming ascendancy of former Senator Marcos na talagang he exhibits all the most retrograde aspects of Philippine democracy. He speaks from a dynastic family, built on corruption, and it's just all the worst aspects of Philippine democracy parang seem to parang congeal sa kanya. Pero having said that, and even despite being bounded by the current parameters ng electoral game, I think, of course, like sabi nga ni Sir Temi, some candidates are better than others. And kami sa Ibon, we talk about economic issues a lot. Having assessed the candidates and seen that very marginal maasahan in terms of economic reforms, may standouts talaga in terms of candidates who will uphold civil and political freedoms. And I think right now, that's a glimmer of hope kasi one, may fighting chance pa rin naman yung other candidates, especially the particular candidate, si VP Robredo, who's more expressive about upholding civic and political freedoms. And that's so important kasi even from an economic policy perspective, that openness to at least consider alternatives is, I think, so important. And ang very notable kay VP Robredo, when we looked at her platform, parang it seems siya lang talaga yung nag-effort makipag-usap to not just business groups, all of them talk to business groups. Parang siya lang ang may long-term systematic effort to talk to civil society groups. And I think that's that kind of commitment na pinadrag on yung kanyang proseso before coming out with the platform kasi maraming pa kinakausap. I think that leads us to think na her presidency, if she wins, will have at least that openness, hopefully even to other groups she disagrees with. At the extreme, syempre, opening peace talks with the CPP, NP, NDF, pero sana also with other more militant or more radical civil society groups. And I think that's really a genuine glimmer of hope. Pero beyond that particular electoral struggle for May 2022, of course, naniniwala kami, dahil bata pa ako, mas bata kay Sir Howie, we can invest in future struggles eh. And the way to invest in future struggles, both electoral and street parliamentary struggles, is to keep strengthening yung democracy sa baba. So I think all the efforts to make social movements flourish, to make civil society groups flourish, including reaching out to reformist elements in the bureaucracy, in local government, in the Senate, in Congress. I think lahat ng investments eh. So parang let's look forward then na whatever happens in May 2022, the worst possible outcome or the best possible outcome, ang hindi magabago, we invest in social movements, we invest in people's struggles para pagdating ng next elections in 2028, the parameters of the game, medyo mag-iba sana ng konti. Kung pangit pa rin, keep doing it, baka 6 years later, baka mag-shift na unti-unti yung political conditions for better, more reformist, more fundamental policy reforms with the succeeding administration. Siguro pinaka-danger lang, yung 6-year cycle talaga, medyo nasanay tayo dun sa spectacle. Minsan nasa stuck lang talaga na, every 6 years, spectacle, tas mawawala. I think yung pinaka-challenge sa atin lahat, after the fun and the excitement and the interest and the despair of the elections, may 6 years tayo, tuloy-tuloy pa actually yung groundwork natin to invest in better electoral battles in the years to come.
Can I add something, Wilson?
Yes, Professor Bobby. Yes.
Hindi ko nakikita na tama na sabihin na kung may na-elect tayong isang mahusay na kandidato ay magbabago na lahat. Unang-una, panahon ito ng kampanya. Di ba? Panahon ito ng kampanya. Talks are good, but it needs to be seen whether those candidates will be able to pursue what they promised to the country. Unfortunately, I've been talking to people from the Bicol region, particularly friends from Camarines Sur, who say that when I ask them, ano ba ang naging performance nung inyong kandidato? Sabi ng marami, nagkakamot na ng ulo, wala silang makita. Walang makita eh. Yung sinasabi na naging legal volunteer, well, that's only informed. Pero ayon doon sa mga may mga kaso talaga, pinipili yung kanilang yung kanyang mga kliyente, no? Pinipili yung mga kliyente nila. So it's difficult to say with finality right now that things will be better just because one person becomes the next president. Kailangan natin structural reforms eh. Structural reforms. Can that next president will be able to handle the AFP, DND, for instance, that have been in the front line of using military solution, including the pandemic. Di ba, napaka-militaristic at very restrictive yung kanilang ginamit na solution. But I'm sorry to say that I don't agree. Thank you
very much. Thank you very much for the answers of the three professors and to the interesting thought-provoking question by Howie Severino. Thank you very much. Next, we'd like to invite si Ms. Barbara Mayda Canay. Pwede siya magtanong of Gulf News to ask her question. Ms. Barbara Mayda Canay, may tanong siya kanina. Barbara, please ask your question.
Yeah.
Nasana?
Okay. My question is a kind of personal. No? I just want to know, how our ideologically knowledgeable or ideologically bent speakers now going to vote? Are they going to vote for someone who can give structural reforms like Leo de Guzman because of his own, because of his own personality and his identity? And if the answer is no, what is the meaning of this? And I just want to know that is the vote for Lenny Robredo really for political reforms? I mean, do our speakers believe that? So those are my questions.
Saan yung video ni Miss Barbara? Miss Barbara Meda of Gulf News. Thank you. Anyone would like to answer? Miss Barbara Meda of Gulf News.
Answer.
Yeah, well, I've been a political scientist professionally all my life, and of course, I have no illusions that the kind of elections we are having, that we have been practicing, will bring out major structural reforms. What we might call the existential problem in many instances is, who do you choose? Who is the candidate who can do the least harm? No, it's a very, again, following Hovie's point earlier, it's not a very inspiring thought about elections. But yung kasi yung yung limitations natin sa ngayon, no? We do not even speak about structural reforms because unrealistic yan. But since we are facing a consequential problem of continuing a system, that has been systematically perpetrating impunity, human rights abuses, killings, and the like, ano ngayon ang choice mo? Di natural, pipiliin mo yung candidate na makakapagbigay naman ng konting relief, not structural reform. We have no illusions about that. But even some kind of relief is already a big change, I think, kaysa another 6 years of continuity of the same policies, right? And when you begin to ask that question, titignan mo ngayon, who among the candidates would be in the best position? Now, of course, ideologically, Calyodi, yung pinakamalapit sana dyan. But unfortunately, we also know that, unfortunately, at this very point in time, there is simply no way that a candidate of the left will win the presidency. No? So pag wala yung option na yon, sino ngayon among the 5 candidates will qualify as somebody who can at least present that kind of orientation, no? Is it Marcos? Well, obviously, I think most of us, at least in this forum, will agree na hindi, no? Lacson, Isko, Manny Pacquiao, parang in varying degrees, meron din silang complicity with the administration, with the abuses of the administration. So parang ganun yung isang framework, no? Yun lang nga sa akin. I have no illusions that whoever will win will be able to introduce the kind of significant structural reforms that we have long been desiring, dreaming of. But at the very least, because of the reality of this, the existential problems we are going to face, fortunately again or unfortunately, we end up with that rather dim prospect. Who among them will do the least harm for our people, no? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Temi. What about the other 2 panelists? Would you like to comment or answer the question?
Wilson, May pala siya yung nagtanong eh.
Yes.
I beg to respond to the question. Kasi una, tayo rito ay political analyst and I represent CENPEG, which is a partner to this forum as Director for Policy Studies. So kung meron akong choice, let that be said as my own private personal choice. I cannot make it publicly because making it publicly will only be tantamount to endorsing a particular candidate.
So let me reframe the question then. What can you say for people who are talking of or wanting political reforms as an ideal way of choosing candidates who, after all, will only vote for someone who can do lesser harm, or who will not vote for someone who structurally or politically and personally can really push for something. Now, my question is important because the question really is, can we really achieve what we want if there is no transition from capitalism to socialism? That's actually the dulo of the question. You know? I mean, if we really are theoretical about the whole thing, if we are just after discussions and not really to endorse others. I mean, I just mentioned Leode because he's the only one who's really kakaiba naman in that sense, no? I mean, we know that as a person, but although he will not really win. So sorry if I if I made this question so pointed to a point that you're forced to reveal your choices, no? But you can make it like an intellectual discussion of why people choose Leode or why they will not choose Leode, and why they will choose someone like Lenny, who, as Temi has said, can do lesser harm. I mean, are we no longer really pushy for something that we really want? That's just my question. Sorry for the wrong question. I mean, masyadong mahaba yung pagtanong, no? I'm just clarifying my question.
Yeah. But by the way, just to clarify, my position earlier is a personal position. Tama si Bobby. CENPEG as an organization is not endorsing anybody. But of course, as individual members, we are free to choose, no, whoever we would like to endorse or to elect. No, yun lang.
Oh yes, but we can discuss choices, no? I mean, why are people choosing this person and that person? Kasi we have ideals of what we want. Gusto natin structural reforms. Gusto natin yung totoong reform, hindi lang yung fake na reform. So I mean, why is it that our votes are not matching what we really want? I mean, ilang tanong lang yun, no? Hindi ko naman, hindi ni-interrogate. Sorry kung nagmukhang interrogative lang.
Pwede ka mag-comment? Ay, yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead, Sunny.
Yes, Mr.
Sige.
Sunny Africa.
Ako, alam mo talagang these elections, napaisip talaga ako why I vote and who I vote for. So, stepping back from my personal choice na pinag-iisipan ko pa, there's one thing I realized elections can be viewed as an exercise in affirming one's personal values and beliefs. I think that's a very legitimate way of looking at elections and framing how you vote. Pero one thing talaga I realized because of the mess President Duterte is leaving behind and the poor choices we have in the May 2022 elections, nag-shift ako ng konti from seeing the elections as a personal affirmation and looking for who reflects my personal political values the most. Nag-shift ako to who candidate kung manalo will nudge this process forward. So grabe yung pag-downscale yon. It's no longer thinking na this particular candidate can introduce all the political economic reforms na gusto ko to, in a way, like sabi nga ni Sir Temi, who will do the least harm, pero to be more positive, who would create the conditions to nudge our society towards these structural reforms. Ngayon, dun actually ako yung kay Lode de Guzman. Of course, nabasa namin yung platform, and even beyond that, familiar naman kami sa background ni Ka Leode. Pero may three things going against him One, he's not operating in a political vacuum. The reason mababang awareness niya also means matatalo siya, also means he is not in a position to build up broad public consensus for the radical structural reforms na kinakailangan natin. So kumbaga hindi pa hinog yung itsura na lipunan ngayon for Acalio-D to be able to have that, that broad public consensus or support to push that super radical disruptive reforms needed. Ikalawa, again, because he spent most of his life in social movements, apart from being a worker in the 1980s, manipis yung network niya. And of course, once you're president, hindi na naman na automatic, lock, stock, and barrel, you have the whole governance structure underneath you. You still need the reality of some familiarity with the big government functions and all the myriad networks in Congress and for the bureaucracy and LGUs to be able to govern and push those structural reforms. So there's, I think, that na working against Lode de Guzman presidency in May 2022. In third point, again, to be blunt, he represents a very strong section of Philippine society advocating for socialism. So, nasa political landscape pa rin siya. Pero, hindi pa nabubuo, even among the various social movements, mass movements, yung unity doon. So again, sa akin, putting all those three things together, that would tend to diminish the prospects for any change under May 2022. Let's vote for this, in all honesty, the most progressive, the most development-friendly candidate among all of them. Having said that, ayun, pwede naman baryahin yung mga iba't ibang candidates. Nabanggit na kanina how si Vice President Robredo seems to have at least some articulation ng liberal democratic values. But I'd also add, I think si Senator Pareho halimbawa, he's actually showing na hindi siya indoctrinated into the mainstream of neoliberal economics. Actually, I think common sense compulsion niya na makatulong based on gusto makatulong. Actually, that injects up something positive then dun sa next presidency, which would be absent definitely from a Marcos presidency. Tapos of course, may limitations dun kay Senator Ping Lacson. Yung pagsabi niya na with a straight face, wala akong kinalaman sa human rights violations under the Marcos era, kahit na yung civil service career niya was with MISG and PC, medyo mag-iisip ka anong political space makukuha mo for reforms under that kind of places. Parang ganon, parang pwede siya barihin. So ako nag-fall back nga ako to, I'm not going to be voting based on someone the most attuned to my political values. Unfortunately, my personal framework will be, sino kaya yung, all things considered, come June and July 2022, sinong makikreate ng conditions to nudge things forward? And low expectations. Masaya na ako doon kasi those are the rules of the game right now. Pero syempre, magkatrabaho naman after that to try to make things, give us better choices, better social, political, and economic conditions come 2028.
Thank you very much. Very interesting answers to a very thought-provoking question. Thank you, Ms. Barbara Mayda Canay of Gulf News. May tanong pa dito. Why daw is President Duterte so still popular compared to other outgoing presidents? Diba usually, traditionally in Philippine politics, even sometimes in the US, usually the final year when you're supposed to be a lame duck president, popularity is usually very low, whether you're Gloria Arroyo, whether you're Noynoy Aquino. Why, based on the surveys, Duterte is still high? What do you think is possible reason for that? Curiosity lang out of political analysis. Is he a very astute, can we consider him a very astute politician in terms of strategic thinking, or some of his policies are populist or have addressed certain perceptions? What is the curiosity lang? Why? Somebody texted me. Di ba? Kasi his endorsement is still being sought after by, I think, at least 2 candidates. I think two candidates are still waiting for his endorsement up to now. In the other presidencies, they usually shy away from the president already. Can someone here
well, if we use available comparative surveys,
yes,
merong findings na in very difficult situations, crisis situations, there is a greater readiness by the people, to welcome yung so-called strong leaders, people who can, who seem to be decisive, make decisions, even if later these decisions prove to be harmful, so merong ganong aspeto, and it is possible, assuming na reliable yung survey results, that a significant portion of the population continue to be more or less comfortable with that kind of leader, rather than somebody else. Now, but the other side to that, I think, is wala kasing lumalabas pa na clear alternative to that kind of leadership, Kung ayaw mo yung ganong klase ng leadership, ano yung alternative na ihaharap mo naman sa taong bayan? Sa ngayon, I think, parang wala pa yung ganong clear alternative. It could be perhaps a less bloody but more rational version of Duterte, I think Ping Lacson is trying to project that image, in the case of Lenny, Lenny presents a radically different leadership style, from that of Duterte. Now, whether people will ultimately embrace that, of course, will be seen in the 2022 elections. Yung more inclusive kind of leadership, non-authoritarian, So, may mga ganong factors, I think, na nagwo-work out hanggang ngayon. Although, again, increasingly, we should also note na significant din yung pag-decrease ng initial popularity niya at one time. Hindi ba umabot siya ng 92%, if we are to believe the major surveys. Then it came down to about in the low 60s. Ngayon, ang latest 52% na lang, And when President Duterte was pitted against Tito Soto, Senate President Tito Soto, during the vice presidential race, nung siya ay vice presidential candidate siya, talo siya ni Senator Soto. So may mga indicators din na increasingly bumababa yung trust ratings niya, acceptance ratings. So may mga ganon,
May tanong dito si Mr. Sorry, may tanong dito si Mr. Noy Amante, almost follow up to Barbara May Dacanay's question. Why are socialist or left candidates winning across Latin America like Chile, Honduras, Uruguay, Bolivia, and other Latin American countries with many social, cultural, economic, and historical similarities with the Philippines? Why are many socialist candidates winning for president in the last few months, last few years, across Latin America, from Chile, Honduras, Uruguay, Bolivia, Mexico, etc.? Can the three of you analyze, and can we become similar? From Mr. Noy Amante.
Well, if that is the trend, I hope it will continue. But in the political history of Latin America, many socialist presidents did not last long. To name a few, for instance, when Dr. Allende won as president of Chile, he did not last. He was eventually assassinated, and the military took over. So for as long as the socialist parties are able to introduce without any contest critical structural reforms like employment, social and economic reforms, that will serve as a factor to make their socialist party system as resilient. There is one factor, however, that will find it where they will find it difficult to reform: the military. I always talk about the military institution because the military institution in many countries of the world have been autonomous, like in the Philippines and most especially in Latin America. And that is the reason why many socialist parties or socialist governments eventually are not able to continue unless they have the capability to probably win over the military or form their own revolutionary military. In other words, any country that has failed to make any revolutionary victory in the request for transformative system, they will face enormous problems. It will be an endless problem as far as Latin America is concerned.
Okay. What about the two other panelists? Would you like to answer the question of Noy Amante?
Yeah, I think there are significant differences. Bagamat may common socio-economic conditions also, no? The most significant difference, one, there is a stronger tradition in Latin America of strong left-based parties, no? And that is the reason why nung nag-open up yung electoral process, they were also in a better position to win elections. Unified mostly yung major left forces, which is not the case in our situation, unfortunately, no? So, for instance, when Lula won the presidency, did you know that almost all major Brazilian cities had very strong functioning workers' parties that also won local power, no? Wala pa tayong ganun tradition, no? Can you imagine winning a majority of the, let us say, even mayoralty positions as a background and foundation for your ascent to national power? Marami pa tayong kailangan gawin. Pangalawa, meron ding institutional differences that make it easier for the left to win in Latin America. Meron sila yung nawala tayo, yung runoff election, right? Runoff elections are important for the weaker parties, including the left, because kahit na talo ka sa first round, in the next round, kung skillful yung coalition building mo, pwede ka pa rin manalo. And that was what happened in Chile, no? And in other countries in Latin America where eventually nanalo yung left, no? So those are some of the reasons. But again, of course, as pointed out by Bobby, we should also include the positioning of other power elites. In our case, stronger talaga, much stronger yung dynastic control, political family control ng ating elections, no? Na hindi ganong kalakas sa Latin America, na although at one time malakas, weaker sila, stronger sa atin. And then also, yung military nila, tama rin, hindi rin ganong yung institutional independence ng military nila is not as weak as that of our military, no? In short, their military have evolved in Latin America that they can directly, no, intervene in electoral affairs na hindi ganong katingkad yung atin, although there have been cases of military mutinies, of course, no? Pero yung ganong tradition, wala rin, wala sa atin, which could also be an advantage, of course, no? Anyway, sige.
Thank you, Professor Temi. What about Mr. Sunny Africa? Baka may comment kayo or answer to that?
Hindi na lang, mag-defer na lang ako sa kanila. Baka may masabi pa. Hindi, baka misinform na comment pa.
By the way,
Professor
nakita
Bobby.
ko yung may tatanong yata si Dean Georgina Encanto.
Yes.
Kanina pa gustong
Yes.
magtanong.
I'll read the question of Miss Jean. Baka may tanong, Dean, baka may tanong si Miss Dean Encanto. Can we invite her to ask her question? Miss Georgina Encanto, former Dean of the College of Mass Communications of UP. Can you ask the question?
Yes,
Miss
thank you.
Dean Georgina
Thank you.
Encanto. Thank you,
Can
ma'am.
you hear me?
We could hear you. Ayan.
Okay.
We could see you now.
First, I want to congratulate you and all the speakers for this forum today.
Can you be lower para we could see your face, ma'am? Ayan.
Okay.
Sa gitna kayo, ma'am. Sana sa gitna kayo. Yan. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so
Yes.
I found
Former
the talk,
Dean of the UP Mass Communications. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. So I found the short talks given by the three speakers very enlightening, but I would like to react to the observation that they seem to be depressing because they talked about, all the things that seem to be lacking, the structural reforms, the leadership, and cohesion of the people, and the way the elections are being, the pre-election campaigns being conducted. So I would say that, yes, things seem to look depressing if we rely on the surveys or on the news, that we get. But I'd like to point out some things. And one of them is what I think the role of media could be. Because in the elections, especially in the digital age, the media will play a very crucial role. So first of all, I want to ask, why is Maria Ressa not one of the top Filipinos in 2021? I think she's a very powerful symbol of Philippine media, and how despite the repressive government of Duterte, our media have managed somehow to still continue their tasks of reporting and making people know what is going on, even if I must say that, right now, I think the public are confounded by the news and all the disinformation and fake news that are being disseminated by the government, and also by candidates who have a lot of access to resources and to are able to manipulate the situation. But I'd like to point out that the media have a big responsibility, and there have been calls from academia, from the College of Mass Communication, and from journalists, calls for the media to live up to the tasks that they have. For example, one is for the media not to be neutral. More than ever, neutrality has always been a myth. We teach that in the college. Media are not ever neutral. because the ownership of the media and the fact that, journalists come from different backgrounds, and the news processes, etc. I mean, all of those do not really make media neutral. So media should not be neutral. Media should more than ever use all its resources and capabilities to research and to make sure that they cover events and developments and complex issues in a very responsible and very capable manner, in a very professional manner, because all the issues that we have now are so complex. Even if you just talk about COVID-19, vaccination, disasters, the economy, I mean, Sunny Africa was saying that the presidential candidates don't seem to have very much or to know very much about the economy. So all the more, we should be able to educate the people, especially the masses, about unemployment, about, the disadvantages of foreign investment, etc., etc. So you need capable journalists who are very knowledgeable themselves, who research and are not just contented with very superficial coverage of the news. He said, she said, just the facts. I think journalists have to know more about contextualizing, about explaining what these events are, and especially us making them realize that they have to be part of the solution, because Professor Rivera said, well, you need social cohesion, you need public understanding so that people will participate. And most of all, they have to choose the election, to choose the leaders. And I want to think, I'm sorry, I want to think that we should not choose the leader who can do the least harm. We should choose the leader who can inspire us to change, and to work for better things for the Filipinos. So one is the neutrality. Media should not be neutral. Two, there was a call from Professor Chodoro for TV stations, not to give preference to TV ads, because TV ads are so expensive. And if they want to have a level playing field for the other candidates, they should not emphasize TV ads, but maybe they should have more of the Jessica Soho type of interviews, so that people will know what these candidates are all about, what their programs are. And of course, those who do not want to face interviews that are negative, have no business becoming president of this country. And third, I just want to bring to the notice of the public that College of Mass Communication is doing so many important studies. Vera Files is doing a study on fake news. I think they studied 333 items or so something like that. And they showed that, a lot of the fake items come from the camp of the leading candidate. So and it's beneficial to him. So that's very important. And I think the COMELEC's move to make the candidates identify what their Viber groups are is very important, because we have to know where all this disinformation is coming from. There was another study by the Department of Com Research also on disinformation and how so many people are being swayed by them. And I think, therefore we have to benefit from these studies to show how the campaign can be conducted on a higher level than what we have. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Dean, Georgina, and Canto. Can we get comments from the three panelists to her ideas, her analysis? Can the three panelists comment?
Well, yeah, I think we all agree that media plays a very important role. But we also know very well that media is hobbled by all kinds of interests. To begin with, the family business interests that control them, no? Isang malaking limitation na yon. And but every now and then, meron namang nakakapasok na mga independent-minded journalists, for instance, as columnists, no? So dapat ma-maximize yung pwedeng magawa nila. Yung isang problema sa political news is that we also know, again from surveys, that media, when you speak of media, the main source of political news is not printed media, which accounts for only about 3% of political news, if we are to follow the survey results. Ang pinaka-crucial pa rin TV and radio, and then of course, increasingly by social media, particularly social media like Facebook. So again, those are concrete limitations, and while ideal yung sinasabi ni Georgie Dinencanto about television ads, there's no way that the TV companies will agree to that, because that's where their millions are coming from, no? Grabe ang ano diyan, ang kita nila diyan sa mga TV ads na yan, as we all know, no? So but to the extent hopefully media can, ang isang nakikita ko, if media can compel or pressure candidates to come out more clearly with their platforms, no? Parang yung ginawa ni Jessica, I think on the whole maganda yung ginawa niyang format, forcing the candidates to explain, although rather limitedly, in a very limited way, at least para may idea naman ng taong bayan kung ano yung position nila sa mga critical issues, no? And hopefully more media outlets and media more independent media personalities can also do that, no?
Thank you very much, Professor Temi Rivera, and thank you to the thought-provoking ideas of Dean Georgina Encanto. Maybe one time we should have an entire session on media and social media and the elections with your help, Dean Encanto.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
We'll be happy to do that.
We should do that. There's a question here. Somebody texted that during the Jessica Soho interview, one question asked of all the candidates, and they all unanimously agreed, is support for the visiting forces agreement. What are your analysis about this and its impact on independent foreign policy daw? And what if an external conflict like North Korea or Taiwan or parang Ukraine type situation happens? Will that drag us into the picture daw? Somebody texted. What is your comment about the all four candidates saying yes to BFA? Is it good or bad for independent foreign policy? Is it good for the country's interest? And the international implication of what's happening regionally? If anyone wants to answer now.
You start, Bobby.
Yes.
There is
Professor
the reason why I don't count so much on the current crop of presidential balls, except maybe Leodino de Guzman. Supporting the visiting forces agreement, which is also tantamount to supporting the 1951 Mutual Defense Pact, and then the MLSA, and then the EDCA signed by Aquino. That will make the country even more deeply dependent on the US and drag us to the wars of aggression that the US has been undertaking for years, particularly in South China Sea, in East China Sea, and then now in Europe, in the case of Ukraine. Instead of supporting the BFA, let us strengthen the ASEAN diplomacy, the diplomatic track of the Association of Southeast Asian Countries. Let us be more discerning about the practical and doable function of using diplomacy to confront maritime disputes or tensions. For the I think the next Congress should be pushed to finally do a review, conduct a review of the Visiting Forces Agreement, or broadly speaking, the alliance system with the U.S. Because that is anathema to saying by one president that he or she wants to pursue an independent foreign policy. How can you pursue an independent foreign policy if you allow yourselves to be forever subjugated by until some? That is a wrong answer. And I don't go for that.
Thank you very much for your analysis, Professor Bobby Tuason. There's a question here for everyone. Baka you'd like to answer. Since everybody mentioned that Bongbong Marcos is now the leader, can you analyze the reasons why he is so strong? Because before Sara Duterte's name was dropped, Sara was always number one, I think, in the surveys. He was always number two. Then now that Sara is gone, suddenly he has become like a very strong number one. That's why. Is it because he is not specially, like people said, he's not specially genius? Is it because of the failure of the 30 years after EDSA? What are the reasons, or is it the ethnic loyalty? What are the reasons? And number two question, somebody texted, to be not totally negative about everything now, but to be positive or optimistic now. Can we expect like a possible Bongbong Marcos presidency to do the radical reforms, some of them that we don't expect, like si Nixon now was very right-wing when he won, but he became the first US president to reach out to Mao. Is it like that? Like somebody who is the most, could be the one to maybe reach out to the NDF, NPA and said, let's make finally peace talks here. Is it possible? Like, can we can you recommend reforms to Bongbong Marcos to surprise us? Or tapos isa pa, would the burden of the negative stories of the father and the legacy before be a motivation for him to like try to do the opposite now? Somebody asking.
Well,
with all the criticism against him and the family, will he like, oh sige na, this is our last chance to redeem the family name? Is it possible?
Well, of course, everything is possible under the sun, no?
Yes.
But there are also concrete limitations. But unang-una yung explanation ng ano niya, yung popularity and no, well, not so much popularity, but yung very
high numbers,
edge as of the end of December. Again, I think a confluence of many factors so far. Yung pinaka-immediate, yung bailiwick votes, so-called, or the ethno-linguistic votes, okay? Yes. When you combine the Ilocano votes, regions 1, 2, Cordillera, and then the Cotabato provinces, where you also have significant Ilocanos. That is one major bailiwick, which
Waray.
Iba pa yun, yeah. Yeah, yung iba major bailiwick, di Ilocano, iba pa yung Waray, yes. Yung yes. The Romualdez connection, but nung nag-withdraw na si Sara, we can now also infer that the pro-Duterte votes and pro-Sara votes also largely went for Bongbong, no? So kaya nga ganun na lang yung paglobo ng ano niya, ng lead niya. Anyway, as of the end of December, no? Well, but also as a background to that, yung matagal na nilang ginagawa na pag-revise ng historical revisionism, trying to paint the Marcos dictatorship years as the golden era of the Philippines. no, yung promises of gold to their supporters, yung mga ganon, to some extent they also have succeeded sa social media anyway, no? So those are some of the explanations so far. The next question is, pwede bang magbago? Well, as I said, of course, kung
Pwede siya makinig
possibilities
sa
lang naman.
reforms.
I think ang major constraints ng mga Marcoses is the family the family tradition, no? Kasi kung if Marcos Jr. had thoughts of distancing himself from that tradition, the dictatorship tradition, and all the abuses and cruelties associated with it, at least man lang sana nagbigay na siya ng konting signal, kahit konting signal man lang, like apologizing up to a certain point, no? So pag nanalo na siya ng presidente, I think it would be very unreasonable na lalo siyang babaliktad, kasi with more power and resources, edi lalong i-strengthen and i-institutionalize niya yung preferred version nila ng Marcos legacy, I think, no? So I think mas malamang ganun ang mangyari, no?
Thank you, Professor Temi. What about the other two panelists? Any comments about this phenomenon right now?
As far as BBM is concerned, I don't see any clue of competence and capability of leadership in Bongbong Marcos. In fact, yung usap-usapan, tamad yan, no? Bagamat mayaman, siyempre. And then he had quite negative experiences while he was studying supposedly in London. Again, of course, you have the fake medals of Ferdinand Marcos. You also have fake diplomas of Bongbong Marcos. Now, how will you count on that particular president if he wins the presidency? What hope can you take from that president? I think one of the main reasons why medyo mabango ang mga Marcoses again is precisely because of the failure of the six presidencies who succeeded Marcos after EDSA 1. It looks like the country is back to the past, no? Walang nangyari. And of course, you can add that the consistent and quite influential narratives propagated by the Marcos machinery about the golden age, so-called, of the Marcos years. Yan ang dahilan kung bakit some people commented na wala ba tayong hope. Yun na nga eh. We have to accept the reality that we have so much burdens and problems and challenges to face. But having known that, let us come out with better solutions.
Thank you, Professor Bobby. What about Mr. Sunny Africa? Economically, maganda yung sinabi niyo kanina, for the past decades, the economy has not really benefited the ordinary people yata. Siguro that's possible reason, no?
Siguro,
yes.
Quick comment lang din.
Yes.
I think, of course, marami lang factors dun sa perceived front-running status ni Bongbong Marcos, nabanggit na naman ni Sir Temi. Siguro, may kilala rin oras, pero i-add ko lang din,
Yes.
Ang actually nakakatakot with the Marcos presidency, hindi yung competence ni Bongbong eh. Because his group, his team, his faction, his family is competent enough to have such a good shot at taking the presidency. So actually, mas nakakatakot dito, hindi yung competence ni Bongbong, kundi yung competence at yung kakayanan at yung motivations ng vested interests around him, both political vested interests and of course, even the oligarchic vested interests. So I think, yung nga, siguro pwede na mag-shift ng konti, idagdag. Of course, the presidency matters kasi maghatching siya. It's a policy statement, di ba? So of course, may ganang klaseng problem with an incompetent president. Pero ang scary actually dito, going back to the economy, actually, for some reason, yung structural problems natin sa ekonomiya, ano siya eh, resilient siya to whatever kind of bad governance we have eh. Di ba? Whether the end point ng Marcos dictatorship na nag-start yung neoliberal reforms, the supposed restoration ng elite democracy since Cory Aquino, to yung deterioration, nag-start kay President Arroyo, hanggang dun sa makabagong 21st century populist authoritarianism ni President Duterte, despite yung sobrang wide variation sa political values and competence and leadership, ang sturdy ng trajectory natin, the structural problems because of economic policies, nagtuloy-tuloy through all of them. At isa pa, yung mga oligarchs beyond the dynastic families, nagtuloy-tuloy din sila benefiting from those policies. So medyo ako gusto ko na ibalik na it's actually not just about Bongbong. When we talk about structures, it's also about the web of political and economic interests na naka-enmesh si Bongbong. At sa totoo lang, I'm sure marami na kayo nakukuha ng chismis who are oligarchs are aligning with. So ang tanong din, ba't sila nag-a-align? So yan ba ay yung demokrasya na, my vote matters? Of course, we all have the same vote, but we don't all have the same choice. Some people who choose, some tycoons who choose, are really more powerful than others in choosing who's going to be the president. And sa totoo lang, kung yung mga oligarchs natin did not rally around or even consider supporting Bongbong, hindi siya magkaka-fighting chance at taking the presidency.
Thank you very much for your very enlightening comments and analysis. We have time for closing statements from our three analysts. We'd like to invite the three of you to give your closing statements to summarize your thoughts. And this is, we will have others and hopefully get the candidates to interact with the three analysts. We'd like to invite again, first, CENPEG, Center for People Empowerment in Governance Chairman, Professor Temi Rivera, for his closing statement. Ang galing ninyong tatlo mag-analyze, very thought-provoking, like crash course on economics and politics. Professor Temi Rivera.
Thank you, Wilson. Well, briefly lang, hopefully we have provided an alternative framework for assessing and evaluating both the short-term and the long-term prospects, of elections. But we've gone beyond elections, obviously, when we were speaking about the necessity for certain structural reforms and the possibilities of doing that. Who among the candidates, for instance, would probably be in the closest position to do that, but at the same time expressing our realistic expectations. So whether we like it or not, boboto ang mga tao sa 2022. And siguro that's one thing that we can do. We help our countrymen be apprised of the important things that they need to consider when they finally go to the polls. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Temi Rivera. Next, we'd like to invite Professor Bobby Tuason, Director for Policy Studies, Center for People Empowerment in Governance, CENPEG, for his closing statement.
Wilson, hindi naman ito closing kasi meron pa tayong
Yes,
serie
other
ng
session. Yes.
mga forum. Anyway,
Thank you.
joke aside, I would like to, on behalf also of CENPEG, I'd like to, and Sunny Africa, who's also a fellow of CENPEG, I'd like to thank and congratulate Wilson, who I think is a better host than the GMA host, because of the in-depth questions that you have asked and your ability to draw in serious questions. So I hope we'll have more of this, more to come. And let's invite our media friends again to our next forums.
Thank you very much, Professor Bobby Tuason. Next, last but not the least, the very enlightening economic analyst from Ibon Foundation and fellow of CENPEG, Mr. Sunny Africa, for his closing statement.
Ito, closing statement talaga. I know medyo dark yung itsura ng maraming bagay sa atin, pero I think as with all of us here naman, I'm sure, I know we all know na may pag-asa, may magagawa talaga tayo. Although parang limited yung choices dun sa pagpipilian for the presidency down the line to all the other positions. Of course, hindi lang yun naman ang choices natin sa yearning natin for social change. I think the choice still remains, after we make our little choice dun sa elections, nandun yung choice, what do we do after to strengthen social movements, civil society, democratic forces, para next time magka-elections, we have better choices ahead of us. And I think may gagawa naman talaga tayo. I don't think any of us would wake up in the morning thinking na wala tayong magagawa at wala tayong pag-asa. So thank you, Sir Wilson. I enjoyed this forum. Sana may bahagi naman kami. Salamat.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Sunny Africa, Ms. Dr. Professor Temi Rivera, and Professor Bobby Tuason. I'd like to acknowledge lang, Pandesal Forum pala started 6 years ago kasi si Professor Temi Rivera and Professor Bobby Tuason na suki ng Kamuning Bakery held two fora in Kamuning Bakery. Nakalagay doon pandesal at kapihan at pandesal sa Kamuning. Tapos nakita ko si yung former student ni Professor Temi Rivera in an art gallery ribbon cutting, si CRESPO. Lumapit siya sa akin, sabi niya, Wilson, nakita ko yung Pandesal Forum mo. Yan ang naalala towards Pandesal and Forum. Ako next time magsasalita ako dyan, sabi niya. Tapos sabi ko, sige ma'am, I'll use that. That's a nice, yung 2 words gamitin ko. Then we'll have this. It's because of si Professor Bobby Tuason and Temi Rivera analyzing the surveys at that time. It was around September 2015. And then because of that, tumawag si BP Binay at that time. Gusto makipagkwentuhan. And then after that, the second person to talk at Pandesal Forum was Bongbong Marcos to announce running for Vice President. So I'd like to acknowledge CENPEG, the 3 intellectuals here for helping start this Pandesal Forum. And we want to partner continuously for issues focused and idealistic discussions like this with our media friends. Once again, thank you very much to the very nationalistic and very enlightened intellectuals, Professor Temi Rivera, Professor Bobby Tuason, and Mr. Sunny Africa. And to all our media friends, if we're okay na, later pala 1:30, ang Federation of Filipino Chinese Chambers of Commerce and Industry has a forum with Senator Win Gatchalian, 1:30. They invited me to be the moderator. It's mostly business and economic issues. I hope the media could attend also. It's they rarely do this forum doon, but somehow they invited me.
Wilson,
Yes, Professor.
Nagpapahinga ka ba?
Oo nga, dapat papahinga. Hindi daw, sabi nila. Yeah. Pero I really enjoyed your talks, the 3 of you. The 3 of you are helping elevate discussions on real national issues. Thank you very much for what you are doing and all your wisdom. Thank you, Professor Temi Rivera.
Okay.
Professor
Thank you po. Salamat. Ingat lahat.
Thank you to
everyone.
all our media friends. Maraming salamat. Thank you very much. we'll do the next one and announce with some candidates. Thank you.
Salamat po. Thank you. Ingat lahat.
Thank you.
Sige. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ayun, so mga kaibigan, napakinggan nyo, natunghayan nyo, napanood nyo yung pong ginawang forum about sa political dynasties, no? At syempre doon sa economic issues, at kita nyo bakit ganyan tuwing mag-e-eleksyon, no? At syempre, mga puna, yung mga puna doon sa mga politiko na tumatakbo. Katulad yan, ngayon lang nai-issue yung dynasty na yan kapag mag-e-eleksyon. Pero kapag tapos na ang eleksyon, meron pa bang humuhukay? Meron pa bang umuungkat niyang sinasabing political dynasties? So, wala. No? Kasi nga, tapos na ang eleksyon. Yun ang sinasabi natin na kung talagang hindi at ayaw nila, kasi ako katulad ko, kapag ka naman nakikita natin na yung mga nakaupo na politiko sa isang lugar, sa isang bayan, sa isang lalawigan, maganda naman ang ginagawa. What's wrong kung halimbawang ang naunang umupo yung tatay, sumunod yung asawa, sumunod yung anak, kung maganda naman ang ginagawa para sa inyong lalawigan, sa inyong lungsod, sa inyong bayan, so wala sigurong problema kahit sabihin na nating political dynasty. So for example, nakaupo yung tatay as mayor, at nakaupo naman vice mayor yung asawa o anak, at tapos may konsyal na kamag-anak. So wala hong masama. As long na maganda ang ginagawa at ginagawa ang kanilang public service para sa kanilang mga nasasakupan, wala sigurong problema. Pero may bumabatikos pa rin, no? Dahil bakit? Siyempre, gustong umupo siya, yung sila naman. Yun dapat sana, kung halimbawang maganda naman ang ginagawa, walang problema. Kung halimbawang magkakamag-anak man sila, magkakapatid, mag-iina, so wala hong problema. Yun ang ibig natin sabihin. Ngayon, kung sabihin na natin, halimbawa, di ba, merong umupo, isang congressman halimbawa, o isang mayor, at hindi maganda ang ginagawa. So, kahit wala pa yung kamag-anak na nakaupo kapatid, so dapat batikusin pa rin, dapat ihilingin nyo na maalis siya, palitan sa pwesto. Iyon ang ibig natin sabihin. Well, anyway mga kaibigan, sa oras na alas 7:39 po ng gabi, Philippine Standard Time, ay pansamantala po ay magpapaalam muna tayo at muli tayo magbabalik bukas sa araw ng bukas Huwebes. Siyempre bukas po ay magpoprograma din yung ating online na ranista, si Randel Villados. At bago tayo magpaalam mga kaibigan, ay pasalamatan muna natin yung ating mga tropa peeps, no, na tumutok dito po sa ating programa mula kanina pa na hapon, no, yung ating naging bisitang LMT, si Sir.HADJI CRESPO, hanggang sa yung ito, Pandesal Forum, at yung anniversary po ng HWPL. Okay, muli maraming salamat po kay na Kuyang Ricky Del Rosario, Kuyang Romel Martinez, na hanggang ngayon naka-watching pa, si Kumaring Roma Durango, na asawa ni Paring Cesar Durango, at siyempre, si Chief Randy Reyes po, siyang Chief ng Police Community Relation ng Hagunoy, PNP. At ganyan din si Rogelio Dagdag Esteban po, buwat sa Barangay Bibiklat, dyan po sa Coyapon, Nueva Ecija, no? At siyempre si Boss Makmak, no? Tsaka si Osang, yung kanyang asawa na anak po nila Kagawad Sanidad Pineda at Madam Estela Lim Pineda. At ganyan din kay Bambo Garcia po ng Grupong Puwersa ng Barangay Tugatog sa Dunong Bronce sa Malabon. At ganyan din si Kuya Danigo, no? At yung ating katropa na si Hil Maga sa Gakusena na taga Iligan City na yan one of these days by February. Pupunta po yan dito sa Maynila at yun, magpo-programa po dito sa ating himpilan. No? At si Bro Enteng Diaz ng Barangay Tagalag dyan sa Valenzuela. Magandang gabi, salamat pare. At si Limuel Valencia at ganyan si Sanidad at Pineda, nanonood pa rin. At ganyan din si Ate Luningning Pahayag, no, na nag-birthday kamakailan lang. At si Ma'am Agatha Sanchez, no, ng Solo Parents Philippines. At si Joselito Reyes po, yung katropa rin nating LMT, no? Si Jojo Reyes, no? Sabi niya, good evening, watching from Marikina City. At syempre, yung ating katropa rin na taga North Caloocan pa, si Ma'am Elizabeth Bongcales. At gayon din sina aking pinsan, si Aurora Au, Ate Au, at Duana Fernando, Imelda Rondina Lopez, si Tia, at si Deberly Imperial, buhat po sa Hong Kong. Ayan ba, sino ba? No? Si Tio Eddie Lopez, no? Buhat din sa Siniluan, dyan sa Laguna. At yung aking pamangkin, si Mang Jose, abay masarap daw yung iyong lechon manok, talagang tender juicy pala talaga. Totoo yung sinasabi natin, no? So hindi ho napahiya, no? Hindi ho napahiya ang aking pamangkin dahil yung kanyang pinadala po dito po sa ating studio na lechon manok, super manok lechon ay talaga pong masarap, no? Pati yung sauce niya, kakaiba yung kahit toyo lang, no? Pero kakaiba, masarap. At ayun, mamaya si Joshua naman ang kakain noon. Nakakain na kami. Inunahan namin si Joshua at siya huling kakain, no? At ayun, at din gayon din yung iyong chicken oil, no? Magandang gamitin sa pagluto. Yun ay sabi naman ng ating kusinera ng bagong milenyo, si Ate J. Okay mga kaibigan, sa ngalan po ni Joshua Sumulat Baltaw, ako po yung naging kasama, naging katropa, kajaming, kabarangay, Rosel Lopez. Magandang gabi Pilipinas at mapayapang magdamag. Magandang gabi po.
Hanap mo ba ay Unwind Ventures? Tara nang mamangha sa mga tanawin. Ano man ang iyong travel goals? Dadalhin namin kayo. Sa Unwind Ventures at saya. Dito lang sa Wow Biyahe. Kaya wow, di ba?
Abangan dito lang sa Millennial Online TV. Ikaw ba'y nag-iisa? Nalulungkot dahil iniwan at ipinagpalit, niloko ng iyong minamahal. Kung ngayon, i-type sa inyong mga cellphone, Facebook o YouTube man ang Millennial Online TV. Dahil nasa Millennial Online TV na ang online haralista ng bagong milenyo, si Randel Villados.
Naninigas ang aking katawan kapag umikot ng plaka.
At haharanahin kayo ni Randel ng iba't ibang awitin para maibsan ang inyong inip at kalungkutan kahit nasaan man kayo.
Hanggang sa tumanda. Come on! Kung tayo'y matanda na, sana'y di tayo magbago.
At pwede rin kayong makiduet kay Randel tuwing Sabado ng hapon. Tutok na! Tawag na mga milenyo!
Araw-araw ikaw ang gusto kong kasama. Buhay ko'y kumpleto na tuwing nandito ka sa tabi ko o aking gilid.
Mga millennials, marunong na ba kayong magluto ng mga masasarap at swak sa budget na mga pagkain? Abay, huwag puro lang kayo aksi at ML at puro pagkakalikot lang ng cellphone. Dapat marunong ka rin sa gawaing bahay at tulungan ang inyong mga mamsi. Kaya tara na, samahan natin ang kusinera ng bagong milenyo, si Ate J. At tuturuan tayong magluto ng mga masasarap na ulam natin sa ating mga hapagkainan at swak pa sa budget. Ika nga, a delicious food on a proper price. Tara na, mga millennials! Mga milenyo, pagod ka na ba galing sa trabaho? At gutom na sa maghabong pagtatrabaho, pero wala kang pagkain sa bahay? Narito na ang sagot mga katropa, ang Superman of Lechon, napapawi sa inyong gutom at siguradong mga milenyo, pagod ka na ba galing sa trabaho? At gutom na sa maghabong pagtatrabaho, pero wala kang pagkain sa bahay? Narito na ang sagot mga katropa, ang Superman of Lechon, napapawi sa inyong gutom at siguradong mapapa-anirize ka dahil sa tender juicy na jam mo pa at siguradong malinis at bagong katay buhat sa farm, kaya super masalasa at pangmasa pa. Ano pa hinihintay nyo mga katropa? Takbo na sa Superman of Panteño Siniluan at bumili na, baka maubusan ka, katropa. Inaigting, pinalakas ang bagong news online TV ng bagong milenyo. Millennial Online TV, ang katropa mo sa pagbabalita.
Mga katropa, ako po si Randel Villados, ang online naranista ng bagong milenyo ng Millennial Online TV, na nag-aanyaya sa inyo na makikanta, makisaya, at tumutok sa lahat ng programa ng Millennial Online TV. I-type lamang sa inyong Facebook at YouTube ang Millennial Online TV. Nood na mga katropa!
Ako inyong lingkod, Rosel Lopez, ang inyong katropa, ang inyong kabarangay dito sa Millennial Online TV. Abangan ang ating mga kaganapan dito sa ating bansa at abangan din ang panunungkol ni Kapitan sa ating Dalaw Barangay. Paano nyo kami mapapanood? I-type lamang sa inyong mga cellphone, sa inyong Facebook at YouTube, ang Millennial Online TV. Ano pa hinihintay nyo mga katropa? Like, subscribe, at share na. Okay mga katropa?
Mga katropa, ako po si Gazi Sarip, ang inyong tagapaghatid ng balita sa bagong milenyo, na nag-aanyaya sa inyo na tunghayan ang aking mga pag-uulat at tumutok sa lahat ng programa dito sa Millennial Online TV. I-type lamang sa inyong Facebook at YouTube ang Millennial Online TV. Nood na mga katropa!
Inaigting, pinalakas ang bagong news online TV ng bagong milenyo. Millennial Online TV, ang katropa mo sa pagbabalita.
Now,
Talakayin, revisahin, opinyon, palawakin, aksyonan. Kasama si Rosel Lopez, ang inyong katropa, dito lang sa Millennial Online TV, ang katropa mo sa pagbabalita. Inaigting, pinalakas ang bagong news online TV ng bagong milenyo. Millennial Online TV, ang katropa mo sa pagbabalita.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, telas ng sinakalan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiping, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatakbo
Sa lahat ng bumubuo ng Millennial Online TV at sa lahat po ng sumusuporta, maraming salamat po. Millennial Online TV is now signing off.